the okay, don't press space while you're on Streamlabs. It'll end your stream. We're live on YouTube right now. It is the link in my bio. Sorry, y'all. Everyone's probably still in the other stream like, wait, what the fuck just happened? Sorry, James, what up? We're live on YouTube right now. I accidentally ended the Streamlabs session somehow. I literally just pressed pause, or pressed space, and it ended the entire stream. Well, I guess I know that that's a thing now. Show you small pumpkin? Yeah. Sorry, Sky. Yeah. I accidentally pressed space, and it literally ended the stream. I'm glad I noticed that it did it, or I would never have even noticed it. Because I just pressed pause, and the fucking thing ended. Now, did that just upload? Now we have an off-time stream. Oh well. Again, we're live on YouTube right now. It's the link in my bio. We're watching a documentary. If you'd like to join us and watch it together. Y'all don't forget to drop a follow before scrolling.
So everybody wants to know about this cat thing. That was my video that initially went viral. Was me saying, like, guys, I watched Tree's live stream. They ate a
Sorry,
cat.
Jax.
So here's what happened.
Ever since I have been on TikTok, I think I've had some people who just straight up look at me and want to.
Yeah, sorry.
And I figured
the other stream just fucking stopped. I pressed space like I normally do to pause the YouTube video that we watched, and it ended the entire here. So I might want to. Oh, make sure y'all are in live chat. Again, we're live on YouTube right now. It messes with your notifications or your settings. Was worried it was you. No, that was me. Yeah, and like I said, I pressed pause and it ended the stream. Usually you have to press yes.
figured out that I can like report somebody for harassment too, because there's a guy who literally like.
Y'all don't forget to drop a follow before scrolling.
Harassment page with
Blowing Glass and watching
videos.
a documentary on YouTube. The link in my bio if you'd like to watch with us. We're making pumpkins. It's Halloween. Happy Halloween.
Where he's like gone on like people's Facebook pages and like searched for like anything he can find. It's like. Yeah.
Also, I realized we have enough of this jade black to make the figure that was it Max yesterday wanted. So if you're gonna pop in here at any point tonight, I'm gonna make that tonight as well. If not, I need to message them after I get my phone back, because we are live on TikTok with my phone, and we are live on YouTube with our professional camera, our professional setup through Streamlabs and notifications. If you like it here, I guarantee you're gonna like it there better. It's wide angle. It's high definition. High def. Link in my bio. And we're watching a documentary if you'd like to watch it with us. How do you think of the roast?
Inhuman Twunk on TikTok.
Oh.
Welcome back to Cold Time on TikTok. Let's talk about Rel, okay? The one everyone's been talking about is this one where she's wearing a hat that she made out of her literal cat. The story goes the cat killed some chickens, so she killed and made it.
Yeah. We're still live on the clock. Yeah, can't say things like that.
My head it came out really, really nice.
Y'all don't forget to drop a follow before scrolling.
Animal hides and.
It's taxidermy. Yeah.
Lives of animals.
People have done weirder shit.
Hating on me for something to do with the cat, and I just wanted to feel more of it and kind of see.
Should we put a bone on the pumpkin? A bone on the front of the pumpkin? Pumpkin bone? Like that? Like that? YouTube? For those of you watching on the tube, we can attach a bone to the front of one. A little pumpkin. Yeah? Jay, you stop that. I agree, though. Alright, we'll do that next. I need to put one of those. Actually, I need all of those Ooh, you know what I actually am gonna do? We need to use this skull for something. Should I put the skull on the front of the pumpkin? We can do both, but I just want to do one at a time for now. And I didn't know what I was going to use this for. That would actually be really cool. Yeah, skull on the front of the pumpkin. Should we do it? Yeah, no, we're gonna. So I was gonna say, should we do it like this style pumpkin? But I wouldn't be able to put it in the center there. Wouldn't be able to put it in the center of that. We're live on YouTube right now. It's the link in my bio. Bone sticking out of the pumpkin, yeah. I'll add the top of it. We'll do one of those too. I think I want to put the skull in the front of one, and then we'll do a bone sticking out of like here, how this is. We'll do a bone sticking out of like this way. Sticking out of the side. That'd be cool. Make some more bones. No. Come on. Hello. There we go.
Farms where there's livestock, if there's a vermin that comes and kills your livestock, it gets shot.
I didn't know about the cat thing until...
Again, we're live on YouTube. Fernando, thank you for sharing the live video.
What happened was...
YouTube is the link in my
years
bio.
ago, there was a cat that... wild cat that was attacking the chickens. And it's pretty normal in Tennessee or on a farm that if, you know, a raccoon or a fox or is something attacking your livestock, you have to kill it. So
Yeah.
that's what happened. And
That's with
then
anything.
They don't believe in it.
That's not. Yeah, thank you. We'll skip that.
That skinned the cat. I just was the one who. This is my dog's tail. See, sentimental
I get
video. It was.
Ruby,
somewhat
welcome to the cult. Thank you for
because
joining us. A new member of the
some
cult
kind of
has been ordained. Ruby, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. Shoot me a message on Instagram and we will get you added to the cult member only Discord. Again, we are live on YouTube right now if you'd like to join us. We are watching YouTube videos. Thank you, Ruby. I appreciate you.
negative reaction from people because of the shock value. Did you hear anything about the scarecrow? It's like this whole thing about a scarecrow.
It's also this. They dress it up like a black woman. It just looks like a manly figure or something.
What?
Especially the fact that they're like located in the South. Like everybody just saw that and was like, this is really like shocking to see. Like even if they didn't think it was that way, like.
I mean, it wouldn't be shocking to see if you grew up in the
It was
South.
a scarecrow I made last year for Halloween, and
It's not
literally
right. It's not
has
good.
a stuffed animal
It's
California
not very
raisin
shocking though.
as the face, and they're calling me a racist because I put the California raisin in the scarecrow. So some
Well,
people,
it can be argued that the California raisins trope was originally racist. So yeah, that tracks.
when I mentioned that I don't see races, I don't see genders, I don't look at people
Well, you
like
should,
that.
because some people benefit from
tell me
privilege
that
of it.
That is a white privileged thing for me to say. And I think telling someone
Callie,
that
thank you for the
white
mini speaker.
privilege is a racist thing to say. Because
Did she just say-
you're calling me
Oh,
a
God.
color that I don't define
Oh
myself.
god, she just said
There's that.
the thing.
Oh, it gets worse actually. It's near 2 sundown towns. It's very sus. It's very sus.
It's sus. It's sus, guys. It's so sus.
I don't know too much about the sundown towns. I know that we're in the South. And I know there's a lot of racist people or people that...
Callie, thank you for the tips. I appreciate you.
Around here. I don't think people are going to kill people in this area though.
We're making
I think
bones.
it's being blown out of proportion. And I think that if people come here, they would realize that. And honestly, I also think that being exposed to more diversity would be healthy for the local community's growth. You know, how are people supposed to
No, it
being
wouldn't.
prejudiced against people unless they're exposed to those people?
That local community does not want to be exposed to diversity, my friend. You should leave them alone. They do not want you there. And I'm not saying that as, yeah, you should let them people do what they want. It's a, no, they will make you let them do what they want. Don't go into areas like sundown towns and go, oh, we should just go talk to these people. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Is the thing. And not saying that I'm trying to fix anybody by putting anybody in danger. I just don't think.
Y'all don't forget to drop a follow before scrolling. We're gonna end the live stream on YouTube in just a few minutes.
I've been at the garden for right at a month now. I feel at home. I feel like this is a great place for my mental health. This is like community therapy sometimes. I initially heard about the garden from TikTok, and my grandfather and I had this like long discussion of like the potential dangers of coming here, given that there's no information about anybody that's here, couldn't even contact anybody. I was thinking, what kind of people could take advantage of open door policy?
Literally anybody.
A real commune that's a safe commune will not just accept anybody.
Yeah.
It's not a safe place.
Please don't go there. I already did. It's not worth it.
And then they will offer alcohol, they will offer drugs.
Ma'am, thank you for the sharing the live video. I appreciate you. Cal, thank you for the $2. Super chat.
I've actually thought a lot about like the way that the garden can give like shelter to people who need it. Or like in a video actually, Patrick said that in the beginning when they started in 2009, some of their initial issues actually revolved around the fact that they had a lot of people with criminal records and addiction issues coming in, and they didn't have any support for them.
We have people coming through the garden that have mental health issues. That's definitely for sure. Be it bipolar, autistic, or even just strange.
Liv, thank you for sharing the live video.
In that energy, in such a tight space. I mean,
Moon, thank you for the rose.
You can't provide a supportive environment if it's just like anybody can come without you knowing anything about them, and they will let you find out things about them once they're already there.
Hi, thank you for the rose.
An open door, and we have natural intuition, and our human instinct tells us when somebody is not okay. I mean, we have
natural intuition's not enough when you're responsible for people's safety, hun.
In terms of safety, we have a different way of organizing. So people are used to things like background checks, but then, there also can always be a first time that somebody ever does something or things like that, so I think all of society takes on that risk anytime that you trust anyone. And also, we do ask people to leave, and then a lot of those people are the people that are also now speaking bad about us on the internet, of course, because it's really hard to get rejected, but when people say, what's your vetting process, that's it, so those people on the internet were people that were not trusted to be here.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how they do it. Yes.
We're gonna attach this bone to the pumpkin. Turn on subtitles, yeah.
So obviously, some people think that you are the cult leader of this place.
Can you see
I
that?
have a really loud personality, so I could see how people could mistake me for a leader of a group.
I have to ask, are you like a cult leader?
No, I'm not a cult leader. I have tried to stray away from leader-based format systems my whole life.
Pumpkin bone.
I've been fighting severely against the idea of people withholding leadership, and it's completely against everything I believe in.
So of course it's an ongoing joke, There's even signs around here. Is it culty? But I would say, all jokes aside, no, because we don't have a religious ideology. We don't try to control people. People are free to come and go. We're free-thinking individuals. For some people, any intentional community is going to look like a cult.
Isn't it bullshit that some companies make their employees work in dark, cramped conditions?
It is bullshit, isn't it?
For business?
Whoops.
At Vital Farms, we believe happy employees are good for business.
I hit that too hard.
Vital Farms, keeping it free.
Keeping it bullshit free. That's an annoying noise. Why?
So every week we have 2 different councils on typically Wednesdays and Sundays.
I'm asking everybody to be mindful of their dogs. I've almost got to talk to twice over here on the tablets and buses.
people say and how the community is run. So with 100% consensus, it's not like majority rules. I think some people think that's what that means. It means that everybody is on the same page about everything that is going on here, and that's the way that we keep it moving forward.
Okay, next comment, Monday.
Just kidding. Get off of there.
Wow.
Get off of there.
Oh yes, it's my uncle. I plan on staying here indefinitely. I feel called to steward this land at the moment.
Y'all don't forget to drop a follow before scrolling.
I already must you all.
I don't like how that was turning out for a second. We're gonna try that again.
The 10 seconds that we do on our councils is a way that we consense. It is a chance for somebody, if they oppose what's being proposed, then they can speak up.
Why is this like a child's
If not, the proposal is passed.
Or are they acting democratic about this?
So I put that on the list. As everybody here knows, we kind of brought this lifestyle and what we're doing here to the TikTok world. You know, we tried to share it with people. As a result of that,
We're gonna try that again.
A lot of heat, a lot of flack back. People got mad and they conspired to basically call all the authorities they could. We've already dealt with animal control and we've dealt with child protection services. They've even contacted the FBI. The Animal Protection Agency, or whatever they're called, came here and the questioning goes about the cat. He left knowing we didn't do anything illegal, that we're fine, that we're farmed. Also, the Child Protective Agency came and they had been watching my TikToks for weeks beforehand and loved them. They even wanted my signature and things like this, and it was pretty weird. But like, it was cool, and they could also
hilarious.
see, that we are not ill intent people. They left understanding who we are, and this hate group is all coming from a bunch of people who haven't been here.
On my live streams, people ask me, are you going to call the cops? Are you going to call CPS?
What happened to YouTube? What do you mean? We're live right now. It did go down there for a second.
Just in general.
We're back though.
But they have a public address, so I can't control what people do. And that's kind of been my stance from the get-go, is that I can only do my best to be responsible with what I put out, but what people do with that, I can't really be held responsible, because it's not like I'm going out and saying, burn this place down, call the cops on them, call CPS, make sure their lives are ruined. I've just been trying to offer a skeptical viewpoint of this place, being promoted, over and over. Alright, looking back, part 2 of why the garden is probably a cult. I did in the beginning say, this is definitely a cult. Once I learned more, I was I'm not so convinced. I see it more as poorly run, full of problems, not necessarily a cult. But I still referenced it. I thought if it was gets to the 40 page, morning cult talk, it's time for your morning update. You really learn pretty quickly how your content's going to be seen and what will get seen. I'm not doing it to brand it a cult, I'm doing it to brand my videos so they get seen.
So I'm questioning. They got locked in what got them popular, accusing these people of something that they didn't actually do. And now they're like, oh, well, now it's just what I do because it's what people want. No, you're responsible for that.
Continuing
What up, Skyler?
with TikTok, specifically TikTok, everything else has been working with apparently so far. So
When the slack of the hate all started, we consensed that we would no longer make any TikToks about the garden, inviting anyone to the garden, or even mentioning the garden.
I think that's...
We show it as much as possible. TikTok all day. Because we have nothing to hide.
But that's what we have done. I made videos showing exactly what's going on. Oh, we're just having fun. And, we're being called, racist, or that these children are not safe, just showing a video of a kid painting was offensive to people, you know what I mean? So
I honestly think that people are weirded out that we haven't been posting about the garden. They think something is bad and wrong.
if we just completely
I can do glass
out
screens.
TikTok, they're going to take that as a mission of guilt, basically. So we're changing the consensus that we can TikTok about the garden, but we cannot explicitly invite people here. Is that what we were feeling? I propose that it is
okay for people to make TikTok videos about the garden, about what goes on at the garden, about the people of the garden, but it's to no longer post things that are known to be controversial, and to no longer post TikTok videos inviting people to the garden or sharing the address.
10 seconds.
Pumpkin Bone. What up, Brooks? Oh, cool. Yeah, I was just about to say we ended up with enough.
If anyone's curious,
we ended up with enough jade to actually make your lady figure. I have 2 pieces of this in the kiln. And I was hoping you were going to stop by before I had to log out of the clock app because I was going to message you on my phone. But we use my phone to stream while we're live on TikTok. Again, we're live on YouTube right now. It's the link in my bio. Oh, my bio.
It's about what is controversial, maybe ask me.
Hi. So, this is probably gonna be the last video I make for a while. It's like too much for me.
That's what they all say.
To like handle those kind of insults and everything. So, and Tree kept trying. Tree kept like, okay, I'm just gonna keep making them positive. You know, we'll turn it around, and it just didn't turn around.
Yeah, I mean, once the strong hatred really went for me, like, my anxiety was through.
You just gotta get a little sticky first.
Anything like that before, a group of people out to get me, to hurt me.
It's also scary because they have our address. So when you're getting...
That's why you don't put your fucking address on the internet.
When I was going to sleep and I was like, what if somebody comes here, and like, that was really scary. It's also interesting, like, that people say it's not safe here, and I'm like, the only thing that's ever made me feel unsafe here is your hatred. Like, that is the only thing that's ever done it.
It did cross my mind, because people online were talking about, like, I'm gonna come burn it down, and different people got death threats.
Yeah, no, I see you, Brooks. I was talking to TikTok when I was saying the rest of that.
Having those things said, it's a little scary, I have people I care about a lot here.
Pumpkin Bone.
I was so hurt, because all I was trying to do was, show myself, express myself.
It should be up and down like that, right?
Trying to help people.
The way it lays on your chest,
a real struggle.
Like that. It's a pendant.
My friends and I all started doing TikTok at the beginning.
Yes, Brooks, that's what I said.
When it learned to be so funny to go viral on TikTok, and what I've learned is it's actually not that funny. It kind of sucks because you just have people like trying to fight with you, and people like calling you all these names and like accusing you of things that you didn't even do.
Whenever we're off of the clock app, we'll be starting on that.
And homophobia against me, like everything that I post now, I was just like having panic attacks because I was just like, I don't know, like what to do. That was really
most people don't realize that you don't want to be famous. Like, the exposure that you get from going viral on TikTok or doing what we're doing now, most people cannot handle that. You have to be very, very prepared for the publicity and for the infiltration into all aspects of your life that come along with being a celebrity. And you have to be ready for that because you could be thrust into it overnight, especially in places like here on the Clock app. You go viral overnight and all of a sudden you have thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching your every move. And if they don't like those moves, you got to be ready for that too. It's wild to me that people make an entire career off of being hated, off of not being liked, just because that negative attack, that negative constant backlash off anything you do is just. I mean, yeah, you're making money. You're making money off it, but just imagine living a life of people not liking you. Like, what's their name? The dude with the headdress, the one who beefs with Ronnie Radke here on the Clock app or whatever. No worries, Brooks. Yeah, we will be doing that here in a little bit when we got off the Clock app. We'll be starting work on that. Just because of the what we will be portraying in that sculpture, won't be able to do it here on the Clock app. Y'all don't forget to drop a follow before scrolling. Monarch Mothra, whatever their name is, the one who does the covers, the goth covers of the songs, that literally has a career on here of not being liked. I mean, he has dedicated fans that they've had the ego with, obviously, and you can filter comments and stuff, but just imagine knowing that like, yeah, it's that would be rough. I mean, again, you're making money. There have been a lot of famous people who were famously disliked, but we talk a lot about how negative clicks get you just as much money as the positive ones, and sometimes even more, because they make people angry and will keep you there longer. So making a career out of people hating you is actually more lucrative than a career out of people liking you. But imagine the toll on your mental health. I'd much rather be smaller and have people like me than push buttons and make sure only to do the things that get people's reactions. That's not a life I want to live.
Freaking me out for a while, so I definitely learned like the hard way that being in the spotlight is not that fun. I've also just learned like a lot of people have no self-awareness.
Pumpkin bone.
That kind of honestly applied to me too. I think that this also taught me that maybe I'm not as self-aware as I thought, because I didn't necessarily think that my videos would be viewed in a way where people would take it and be like.
And then you have to think about it in a whole different perspective. These videos that you're making aren't just for people in your nice little bubble anymore. You have to have this information be applicable globally. If we think about my lace code video, that lace code video was just about my area and what I grew up with, what I grew up knowing, what I grew up experiencing, and then all of a sudden someone in Europe is like, wait, that's different than what I know. It's like, no shit. No fucking shit. You're in Europe. This video is for people in Texas. I never intended for it to get all the way to you. So if you see a viral video, you need to take it with a grain of salt, especially if it's got nuanced information. Oh yeah, we need to add a stem to this bad boy.
Okay, but like, let's send some death threats. Like, that's what we should do with this. Like, I didn't think that's what I was making. Like, I really don't think that many of the people involved.
You pretty much have to be ready to get doxxed.
Were inherently evil. I kind of just felt like they had some questionable intentions, and there's people with marginalized identities, like LGBT people, women of color, who like me, safe places.
Red, thank you for the mic. I appreciate you.
Marketing this as that safe place seems A, untrue, and B, potentially like malicious. And even, thank God, like those malicious intentions may not have actually been there.
We're gonna add stem to this pumpkin.
I don't think I regret what I've done, you know, with TikTok and expressing this place and myself and showing it to the world, because, you know, it showed millions of people that living sustainably is possible.
How else are we going to spread the word by spreading the word, you know? And of course, we can't spread the word only to people that don't love us, so some people are going to be not like us. And I think that to do it again, it would be good to just take being poked at it without looking back, you know? Because that just kind of encourages people.
We just have to keep pushing forward and staying positive through whatever comes our way. That's how I have to see it. I don't want to let the negative energy destroy what we're building.
We're all kind of united in this greater mission of showing the world about sustainable living. We even had a talk, you know, maybe after all this exposure we might get shut down for a little bit, but it's more important that we show people what we're doing here.
It says nine days after they filmed this, the garden was closed for good. Hang on. Go stem, go. Boop. Pumpkin stem, the stem of a pumpkin, brought to you online. Boop. Looks really good, actually. What up, Brendan? Again, we're live on YouTube right now if y'all would like to join us. We watch documentaries every night while we blow glass. We've been watching some Vice documentaries lately. Oops. You stop that. Ugh. YouTube is the link in my bio. Is that a dog bone? Bone bone. Hang on, I'll read what that says. Or if y'all can read it. If you can't read it, I'll read it in just one sec. Again, we're live on YouTube if you would like to join us. The link in my bio. Gonna pop a couple holes for the pendant loops. Knock my glasses off. There she blows. Says, despite recent changes, the garden continues to thrive. Because we're being attacked online, it became difficult to trust newcomers, and we decided to temporarily close it to the public. We are currently focused on helping others build new communities. We encourage you to join this movement to build a network of permaculture and mutual aid. Penny, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. Pumpkin pendant. Pumpkin bone pendant. Again, we're live on YouTube right now. It's the link in my bio.
I don't know if the garden is going to be back open. I don't know if things will ever be the same. We were trying to share the world, and that's the reaction we got from people. It's like, we want to shut you down. Like, don't be growing food. Don't be bringing people together, making people happy and feel good. Like, fuck that. Like, we're going to tear you down. So that's like they're trying to tear us down, and we're just like sick of it and tired. So the garden closed.
So don't get me wrong, I'm definitely glad that the garden is no longer open to visitors, and they're like discouraging people from TikTok from going there.
Thank you for the fire. I appreciate you.
Accountability, not only for what they've done in the past, but for all of the damage they could have.
We are going to end the TikTok stream. We're staying live on YouTube if you'd like to hang out with us longer. We are live on YouTube right now. There's the play button on my page. Don't forget to drop a subscription if y'all are already here on YouTube before exiting. Again, we are live on YouTube right now. It's the link in my bio. Don't forget to drop a follow here as well before scrolling. We will be live there on YouTube the rest of the night, but we're ending our stream here right now. Again, we'll be live on YouTube the rest of the night. Hope to see y'all here. We will be live on TikTok again later tonight. Alrighty, friends, I will see y'all here on the tube. Again, that's the link in my bio. I'll catch y'all here shortly. Boop. Give me my phone back.
Put people in the present. I'm hesitant to put new content out about this just because there's already so much out there, and I feel like I've done a lot of what I wanted to do, which is ways of raise awareness and get this place kind of closed down, which it basically is.
What up, Arctic? Oh, have y'all seen this guy?
I was conditioned to finish my plate since
like a real life superhuman, real life superhero. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch Scary Godmother tonight as well. A special request. I do not take requests, by the way, but this one is quite special. I'll watch that. Actually, we're gonna watch that now. Because it's spooky time. They better have it. Oh, careful. No way, they don't have it. Wait, do they? No, they don't have it. That sucks. Hang on. Wonder if it's on YouTube. Oh shit, I think it is. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not very long, right? Un momento. I need to turn the stove off real quick. Hang on. Rocket power. Hang on until... One sec, we're gonna watch this for now until whoever requested it responds.
It's cold. You could say that
Superman, Superhuman Man.
as a noble.
Take a rip real quick. That's what's missing from the equation.
It's training me. It's bringing me back to the inner nature, the way it was meant to be. And that's the way I not only endure the cold, I love the cold. We live in a world where there's all kinds of false healers and fake alternative medicine programs you can sign up for. It's a rare moment in history when someone comes along who can perform real miracles with real evidence to back them up. Wim Hof has defied logic time and time again, and always under scientific scrutiny. He holds the world record for being able to be submerged in ice for almost 2 hours.
What up, Ben? What up, Voking? I'm happy that you're happy. No, I'm not only happy that you're happy, but I'm happy that art is making you happy. Also, if you ever want to compliment somebody who's trans, like me, don't say, wow, you don't even look trans. That's not something you say to somebody who's trans, okay?
What up, Ryan? Climb Mount Everest and nothing was and ran a marathon in the desert without drinking any water. He's even proven in a laboratory setting.
Ran a marathon in the desert without drinking any water. This guy, and he doesn't like look all that ridiculously ripped or crazy. Like he says, all of this is in your head, and he can overcome climbing Mount Everest almost naked by just staying in his head and meditating.
That he can withstand illnesses using the power of his mind. But he's not a freak of nature. According to Wim, anyone can do what he can do. They just have to learn his method, the Wim Hof method. Using a combination of cold immersion, breathing techniques, and mental focus, anyone can accomplish feats that were previously thought to be impossible.
I'm able to train people in room temperature in just a couple of weeks. Make people able to influence their immune system.
We were skeptical.
An air of masculinity around. I love that. That's hilarious.
So Wim invited us to take a crash course in his method and see just how easy it is to become superhuman.
Polymer sculpting, nice.
Take a seat.
Get out of here, ads.
Get into the mindset that there is no.
Y'all don't forget that we have raffles going on right now. Halloween raffles as well as other raffles. They are $10 each. There's only 8 spots left in the Halloween raffle and about 20 left in the lava lamp raffle. Also, we will be needing propane soon. If anybody would like to sponsor the propane purchase, it'll be $125. I will double that investment and give you $250 worth of custom cash. That is $250 worth of cash to use towards anything, whether it be auctions or a custom piece or mystery boxes or places in the raffles. We have $50 mystery boxes and $100 mystery boxes that will include things like the Halloween stuff we've been making. If you buy either one of those, $50 or $100, you will get guaranteed double your investment. So if you buy the $50 one, you'll get $100 worth at least of glass. If you buy the $100 one, you'll get at least $200 worth of glass. I always like doubling your investment.
We first
right, evoking, because especially if you grow up very, very traditional one way or the other, and you find that you don't have to choose between one or the other, and you're like, oh, I can just be like blissfully in the middle until I decide otherwise. Sounds great. It's where I'm at right now.
Spoke in Holland, where he began to teach our whole crew the basics of cold immersion. Growing up in the 21st century, we're naturally skeptical of everything we read on the internet.
Alright.
To put Wim's method to the test, we would have to
I'm gonna start on that torso.
Because no true miracle can be accomplished without some faith. In this case, the miracle would supposedly involve the crew and I taking off our clothes and climbing to the top of the freezing cold Mount Śnieżka in Poland. But before that, our training began in the canals of Amsterdam.
So while I'm climbing the mountain, if they haven't done the training, then they'll be screwed, basically.
Yes, and
yeah.
We are going to start with the breathing, and you will see feeling.
Nice, Brooks, yeah. So the way that works is you would send that to me directly. That's pretty much what we do with anything. If you'd like to sponsor the gas, for sure let me know. And if you want to send that direct, I can give you double custom cash like we were saying. Lucy, do you have stinky ears now? We just got done with Marley's stinky ears. Do you have a stink? Do you have a stink ear now? No? You're just kind of dirty? You need a bath? Oh, here's Marley. Yes. Hello. Oh, what the fuck are you doing, Lucy? Why are you being weird? Yes, you put your other foot up here. Why are you... Put your other foot up here. She's leaning into me with her head, trying to hold herself up with her face. That's not how that works. No, she didn't like that. No? Not a fan? Okay, I won't do that again. And Marley is here tonight. Marley the dog. Awkward as ever. Look at how beautifully awkward that face is. She knows we're talking about her. Right, Marley. Let me boop it. Come on. I can't reach it. Marley, come on. She's not. Thank you. Oh, Lucy? Yeah, she looks like a bunch of different stuff. She mostly just looks like Falcor from the Neverending Story. Brooks, it is $125. We get 3 tanks of propane, $125 with tax. We have this tank left and about half a tank. So a few more days at least, depending on how much we end up using of it. We could always just do a couple tanks. It doesn't have to... This fucking mustache hair. It doesn't have to be the full 3 tanks. If you'd like to sponsor a propane tank, they are cheaper than that. I don't know how much they are individually. I'll have to do the math. I'm not good at math, but it's obviously cheaper than that. We get 3 at a time. No worries, Evoking. But yeah, 3 at a time. We also have other stuff. We have other glass that we need to get. There's always stuff that we need sponsored, and that's how we do that deal, is double the investment. Boop. Marley, quit scratching.
Later on, we can
You're gonna make your ears worse.
in all kinds of scientific literature and readings and comparisons and stuff.
Cal, yeah, we'll need the gas first. So Brooks, let me know. You can do the 125. Cool. Okay. Brooks, we'll have you do the gas, and Cal, we can do the 120 for the case of blow tubes. Because how many more of those do we have? We are running out of those. Actually, I say that we're running out of those, and we have a bunch of them right here. We will be running out of those very soon at the rate we're going at. 8. We've got 8 more blow tubes. That should actually last us a little bit. I mean, either way, if you want to send the 120, we can put it towards blow tubes whenever we end up needing those. Or if we need something in the meantime, I can mark it for whatever we end up needing in the meantime, but I'll run it by you first, of course. But yeah, Brooks, if you want to send the 125 to the same place, we can get you added to the custom cache list. There is a custom cache leaderboard as of right now, and Arctic is actually still in the lead. Candy Cache, Candy Crush, custom cache. We don't do any stuff like that on live evoking. If you, I actually don't do any questions really like that unless you're actually going to spend the money. Use it for supplies, exactly. Either way, Cal. Either it's going to be used for the blow tubes, or I kind of want to get some red for it. Because red we can use for blood on the bones. Instead of having to use the stringers, we can just dip it in this and it'll look like splatter.
Statistics and all that, we don't need it. You are going to feel it. We are pioneers. And by fully it. Okay, just go on. No thinking, just feel. Your head is becoming lightheaded.
Wim was gonna teach us how to endure the cold like him. But first, we had to learn the basics.
Alright.
Wim told us to spend 1 minute breathing in more air than we let out. Then he instructed us to take one last breath and hold it. By using his technique, we were able to hold our breath for much longer than usual. I didn't really know what was going on.
Yeah, because you're oversaturating your body.
Was doing things it had never done before, and I was pretty freaked out. But also
oversaturating your body with oxygen.
It was like I was going through some kind of second puberty, where instead of becoming an adult, I was becoming a superhuman.
First round 217 for Matt. Crazy, yeah? Well, it's something, yeah? You still?
I think so.
Okay. Good.
My whole body was just kind of like tingling, and then when he said to stop breathing.
Yeah, because it'll get you fucking high. If you've never hyperventilated before.
I mean, I can't argue with the results. You've done things that no one's ever done before. But there have been hundreds of people throughout history in the past 4,000 years who have claimed to be able to...
Hang on, we're gonna watch The Scary Godmother. Wait. Is this the whole thing? It is, yeah, I was gonna say, it's only like an hour long, right? The only thing is I am gonna skip the intro. Just because music and obviously the title card and everything. Oh, sweet. Let me double check, Brooks. To make sure I got it. We should be fine. Yep, got it. I will get you added to the custom cache list, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate you and your continued support. Again, we'll get that doubled in value. And again, that can be used towards anything. Any auctions that we have on Instagram, we can do that towards mystery boxes for Halloween. Just let me know.
You know, nice coffee. Like, I'm sitting alone in a cemetery and a real piece of candy. Yeah, cool, huh?
Pretty cool, huh?
People see me, I'll make the candy be about real small. So they'll overcompensate by giving us more. Smart, huh? Brilliant. Where's Jimmy? Getting his little cousin, I think. His
God
mom's
damn it.
making him figure out.
My glasses are too dark for Face ID.
Hey, Bert! You want enough room in your trunk for all the candy we'll get?
Oh my god. Yes, here, my face.
Do you have roll down the window?
Let me roll down my window.
Now it's near you. Sweet ride. What are you supposed to be? I'm a baseball player in a SUV. Glorious. All the options, including anti-wall brakes and an atomic-powered laser cannon. Right on. I'm a piece of candy. Where's Jimmy? Oh, creepy out here.
Yeah, mystery box J is 50. And that's with shipping, and of course we'll put your pendant in there as well. The Instagram is in the link in my bio here as well.
And the devil shot here. Cool.
Right, I know. I have to get the baby. Come on, Hannah. I'm coming, Jimmy. I'm Hi, Katie. Hi, Carol. Hi, Bert. Hi, Hannah. I like your fairy princess wings. Aren't they cool?
Yeah, this is a classic.
Really? My mom doesn't let me touch those. Not since that incident with the glue and the dog. My parents are getting a big candy bar to trick or treat. I I got one for everyone.
Nice. Full size.
You? I'll put this in my glove compartment for later.
I can get my own Halloween candy. I don't need any baby's help. Now, my creatures of the night.
In the Halloween raffle, Michelle, however is best for you. We can do PayPal, Cash App, or Zelle. Whichever is the easiest. Hell yeah, Brooks. I'm excited to work on this piece right now. We're working on the butt. We're gonna do the butt first. Which one, Michelle? You gotta let me know.
Feature of the night. I'm a baseball player.
Which one of those you would like? I can type the username that's in that. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. Cash App? Jay, can you type the Cash App? Let me just double check. Yeah, you send it to the right place. Just making sure. Before you send it to before I have you send it to somebody else too. If you could type the Cash App into chat, I would appreciate you. You save me the step. So if you know much about sculpting or drawing, it's easiest to start with round bases. It's easiest to start with circles and build out from there. So we are going to start with a circle for the booty.
Piece of candy. Don't look at me. I'm a full-fledged creature of the night.
Creature of the night.
Daryl, there was nothing scary about a piece of candy.
Hey, you could be a mean piece of candy, like when you eat too much of it, and it finally gets you sick. That's good. I'm that last piece of candy that makes you sick.
Now, baseball players play night games.
Thank you, Jay.
That's true. So I'm like a half creature of the night.
And remember, those are $10 each.
Okay. Come now, my creatures, and raptors, and sick makers. And Hannah, if you're about to say that you're a fairy princess and not a creature of the night either, I'm going to take you home right now. Now is our time. We become
Gotcha, Brooks.
serving force
And we're going quite a bit larger than the green one, right? We said like 3 to 5 inches, so at least double this one. At least double the green one.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I didn't know how powerful it was.
What the heck were you shining that dumb thing around for?
Flashback? Flashback.
Laugh track.
How do you make you get outside with all the monsters pumped in?
Gotcha.
Oh, it'll be fun. She'll be Jimmy and friends. They're very responsible. Especially that pig. She's got a good head on her shoulders.
I'm just glad you brought him there. He's so big and strong, he can take care of any monster.
My hands are too strong.
Come on, honey. We both know Dinky will look out for her.
I trust that, Daryl. We could always do some sense of care for him.
Good grief.
Ding dong.
Don't worry, Pumpkin. Daryl will protect you from the monster.
Would you like it to stand up, Brooks? It can if you would like it to. That's things you gotta let me know before I get too deep into it. That's the only thing we're gonna be able to change with any of the details that you've given me. If you'd like it to stand up, we can definitely do that, but we can't change details once we've already started from here on out, so let me know. Yeah, Jay, let me know what you want to see in your mystery box.
Ding dong already!
Oh, that must be Jimmy. I'll catch it.
Here you go, honey. Monsters can't stand in flashlight.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh, thank you, Evoking.
Thanks. Happy Halloween. Hannah ready? Come on, Hannah.
Don't worry, honey. You get back and Jimmy promised to take care of you. Okay, Mommy. Bye. Hey, Jimmy, wait up. Yeah, that was a lot like it happened.
Hey, I get to be in the next flashback.
Hannah, shine your flashlight around and scare all the monsters, okay? I need to talk to these guys for a second.
Okay, Jimmy.
Yeah, we're gonna do more of the snails for sure. After Halloween.
Okay, here's the plan. We're gonna ditch Hannah. We all want lots of candy, don't we? Well, so we'll scare her, and she'll run home, and then we can do what we want, okay?
Well, she's kind of slow.
Candy's faster. Big kid.
And gets twice as much candy without her.
Then we're agreed. Follow me, and I'll make sure we have the best Halloween yet.
I didn't find any monsters.
Good work, Hannah. You're not scared, are you?
Maybe a little.
You want to be a big kid, right?
Right.
Well, if you're a big kid, you won't be afraid to trick or treat. That's spook Halloween night. People
Thanks, guys.
got to be candy and Halloween monsters. We got to eat for it. So every year,
There's the start of the hits.
candy in the basement of the abandoned spook house to keep the monsters from eating every kid in the world. Guess who's the new kid? Watch. The baby will turn and run.
Now, your little cousin went into the spook house.
Guess we'll just have to scare her ourselves. Follow my lead.
Hannah, look! See where it's going? Over there! Leave your taxi! It's your only home! I think I heard you in the traffic in the closet!
Hear that quick flashing?
Hurry, Hannah. Get to the basement and throw some candy down there.
Hey, Jimmy!
We'll be right behind you.
Jimmy?
Wait! Why are you crying? Because I like the sound of boo! Hannah Marie! Say hello to your scary godmother!
My what?
Scary godmother!
You came because I was scared?
Sure! I came because it needed me.
Now, what were you so scared of that made you cry? Monsters.
Monsters? Boy, oh boy, are you in luck! Some of my best friends are monsters. Come on, I'll take you into my dome in the front side and introduce you. Let's go!
Any music like that I will have to mute every now and then, though, is the only thing. About every 30 seconds, yep.
There we go. What do you think? Homey. Very homey.
I wish I could have seen her face when she turned around and we were gone.
Priceless. You've been filling her head full of stories all night, Kitty. He was so easy to scare.
We'll wait right here for her. She'll come up screaming any second.
What are you looking for? Can I help? We've got to find Scully. He said he'd be here by now. Scully? A monster!
That's no monster. It's just my roommate.
Oh my, scary godmother! Sorry to be so late, but I just had to get these old bones bleached for the party.
You look 300 years younger.
Party?
Sure, our Halloween party. Me and my roommates throw one every year.
I like parties.
Oh, it is the spookiest phantom fest in the whole realm. Everyone will be there. It's practically a who's boo of monsters.
Who's boo of monsters?
Who are you?
Scully, I would like you to meet my new friend, Hannah. Hannah, this is Mr. Pedro. He's our official skeleton in the closet. Whoa! Oh!
It's a
Skeleton in the closet? Ha, that's a gay joke. That's a gay joke, right? That's...
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Hannah.
Does everyone have a skeleton in their closet?
Almost everyone, little man.
Almost everyone. That's like, yeah, that's a gay joke. I love it. Also, look, I made a butt crack.
Rattling around. But when it comes to Halloween night, I love nothing more than to roll the bones at a good party. Let's stay for the
This is
party
why we're
action.
all gay.
Oh, well, good.
I don't know. Scary Godmother said that there will be monsters at the party, and I'm scared of monsters.
Oh my, you just haven't met enough good ones yet. You see, Hannah, monsters are a lot like spiders. Some are real nice, and some are not so nice.
Some are not so nice.
Creepy and crawly.
Was that supposed to help?
Yes! You think it worked?
Yes.
And now, a little atmosphere.
Unfortunately, gotta keep doing that if it's gonna play music.
Oh man, this is wasting our precious trick-or-treating time.
At least Daryl and I were smart enough to get some trick-or-treating in on the way here.
You know, if you pick first, then you won't need to trade with me all the time.
I like trading with you, Daryl. I never know what I want until you pick it out first.
Fine.
So, I'll trade you 2 caramels for 3 baby chocolate bars.
Okay.
Ooh, and this little bag of gumdrops for this sugar cluster.
Okay.
And this shoeless Joe for 3 kisses.
No. Wait. I don't have any kisses. Oh!
Breaker, we've lost contact with Katie and Daryl. Please advise who's been over.
Bert, nobody puts CBs in S movies these days.
You just left your baby cousin to the mercy of killer monsters on Halloween night, and you're concerned with the additions and upgrades of my cardboard SUV?
Yeah, good point.
Here's the rest of the food. Our guests will be here any minute.
Hello, Darian. How do I look?
I'll show you all the progress here in just a sec. I'm building the buns right now.
Only to his mother. It's just Harry. Hi, Harry. Come on in.
Thank you, scary godmother.
It's me.
Where are those wonderful smells emanating from? The pretty place, I believe. You won't mind if I just sample the delicacies, do you? No, down boy! Last year you devastated the entire buffet.
Devastated?
Why? Dear you, sir, I come to a party to enjoy the company of good. Now, sit. Good boy, Shay. Now, roll over. Oh, please, roll over. I will not degrade myself. Over.
It's Jade Black, like you asked for, Brooks.
Good boy. Here. Now, no more until everyone else shows up, and you'll be lucky to get back. Oh, you'll be lucky if I don't bury your fever in the backyard, you scoundrel.
Harry, I want you to meet my new friend.
It can't be.
It can't be what?
Don't be coy, my dear. I'm really a huge fan.
You know who she is?
Of course! It's Ophelia St. Tartar, who played the Princess of Ectoplasmia in episode 42 of the Spectral 6. She's practically in the same costume as well. What a priceless in-joke for those of us who are long-time spectators, like myself, of course. What, Miss Tartar? It's not for me, it's for Miss Tartar. Do you mind if I call you Ophelia?
How?
Okay. Oops. I'll show you what I've been doing. Ooh, my buns. So much pressure on my cheeks. Speaking of cheeks. When we start to melt it together, and I put legs on it, it'll start to pull it down. So you can see where the top of the hips are, you can see where the bottom of the hips are, and you can see where I've started the buns. That heart-shaped booty. It'll get bigger once we add the legs. I'm gonna put it in the kiln for now, though. Yeah. And I need to give my little booty a rest. This stool does not do good things for my buns. Does good things for those buns. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay, it didn't end the stream when I pressed the space bar this time. That's good. Could use... I don't know what you mean by that, Cal. Like how we did with the bottom of your with the bottom of your gravity bong? Which I also still just need to make the bowl for. We still got that here. Like how we did the Sharingan in the bottom of this? If that's what you mean, yes. We can do that. So, what I mean by it'll get bigger when we add the legs, when I squish the legs up into the hips, it'll widen out the hips as well. and then I sculpt it. We do all the actual glass sculpting, and then I'll sculpt the details after all the pieces are in place. Oh, I did it again. I need to stop doing that. Wondering why I didn't in the stream that time though. Hello, can I have? Thank you.
Mine, but it's not my name.
Harry, this is not Ophelia saying.
I am such a huge fan of the show. I must know every single line from every single episode. I remember when our fair hair...
You that's fun to make and helps you get a word in edgewise. Take 2 of your favorite crackers, spread 1 with jam, 1 with peanut butter, push them together, and jam them into the mouth of a chattering werewolf. Voila!
No, voila!
Now, Harry, this is my new friend Hannah Marie, not Ophelia St. What have you played Madame Lord High Monkey
Oh, hi,
on your
Lucy.
favorite television show? Scott, don't tease him.
Oh, get it.
Oh, silence. Music to my brain. Oh, now general should be done.
What?
Hello, Count Max, Ruby, Orson.
Yes, okay, Michelle, you have 3 spots in the Halloween raffle. Cal, you have 1. That means there is 6 spots left. That is $10 per spot, and the winner gets their choice between the 3 pumpkin bongs that we have. Yeah, unfortunately, when I be doing squishing, it has to be hot, so I'm going to be doing that in the flame, pretty much. I'll have to show y'all all the details after I've done them, unfortunately. Sculpting has to be done in flame, usually, especially with how quickly these colors cool down. Black is actually one of the quickest cooling of the colors, so we have to work with it very quickly. Oh yeah, I change it out every now and then. I usually have random things. I used to have this in it, my smiley face, that's up here now. But yeah, this is one of my stems. I yank on this, and I yank on my nose ring. But since I've been yanking on my nose ring too much, and it actually made a little cut in the in the stretch, I need to start doing this again. Yeah, and it feels good, dangly. You can yank on it. It's a pressure point. Yeah, good feels. The Vampire Family.
Believe me, scary godmother. I know it's intimidating being around royalty, but don't worry. We should offer them some refreshments, don't you think?
Yeah, that's probably good manners when you're dealing with kings and queens.
In chocolate-covered fly.
Do not mind if I do.
Let's put me down. I'm watching my feet.
That bunny pendant, honestly, is one of my favorite that I've made out of like most of the pendants because of the inspiration from it was actually Donnie Darko. The ears, if you look at it, Jax, the little squiggly ears. That's the character that I play on Call of Duty. Is I have Frank skin, Frank from Donnie Darko, and so I took that as inspiration from it. Little squiggly ears.
Move to the other room?
Lovely.
Delightful. Okay.
Delightful.
Why are they just standing there?
Oh no, that's right. Vampires can't enter a house unless you invite them in.
Really? That's very polite.
It's very polite of
Oh
them.
yes. I am thrilled to have the king and queen of the night grace my humble home.
The pleasure is ours.
The place looks great. Help yourselves to the food. Oh no, this is my friend, Hannah Marie. Hannah, this is Count Max, his wife Ruby, and their son Orson.
Don't bite it too hard.
Are you a real
You don't have to worry about breaking it. Like you'd have to actually like position it to where you'd have to like snap it. But yeah, it's probably not the greatest chew toy. I need to. That's what the bones are for. I bet these would actually make really good chew toys. I don't condone actually biting into them because you might actually snap one in your mouth or break a tooth, but they do feel good on your teeth. That's for sure.
Are you a real human? Yeah, but you're just a kid. So are you.
So are you.
Go to school? Sure, night school. Don't you go to school? I go to school. Sacred Heart. Sounds tasty. But you go during the day. So? How can you see with all that sunlight in your eyes?
Ow, I pulled my hair.
See in the dark. You can't? It is first real human. Cute.
I'll send you one of the bones,
Did you
Jay.
sleep in a coffin? Sure.
I'll check your message here in a little bit. I'm pretty sure you
mean you still share?
mentioned wanting one of the zombie ones, so I got you. Don't worry. I won't send them in this color if I know people are going to be chewing on them, because this is one that breaks easily.
Coffin with your parents? No. I mean, yes. I don't sleep in a coffin at all.
I do that with my beard. My beard goes all the way to my mouth now. And then I go, oh wait, that's gross. Now my beard probably smells. And then it does.
Can't you fly with those wings? Nuh-uh. Race into the kitchen then.
Yeah, you can, so by bite, I mean you can like shift them around in your teeth, like how you would a jawbreaker, but you don't want to actually bite into them. They will either break your teeth, or you'll find like an angle to where you actually pop the edge off one of them or something and will cut your mouth.
No, running.
No running. It's a furry.
Hey, I can talk again! Be still, my beating ribcage. Quick, fish tank!
That's a test! Because didn't we test if I can actually just blow smoke? Can't I? Because most people just vape. A lot of people just vape on stream, right? Don't take it off the string. Remember, if it doesn't have a flare, it doesn't go in there. Marley, do you have cataracts? Are you gonna bleed? Are you gonna be a blind old lady? You wanna come say hi to everyone? You wanna come up here? Come on. Lucy, you gotta let Marley do it first if she would like. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. Would you like to come say hi? Marley, her belly is all wet. She fucking licks her stomach. Why do you do that, Marley? I don't want to scratch a wet belly.
Hello, Max.
I can do
Good
teeth.
evening, Harry.
I can definitely. Oh, great idea. Oh, fucking Jack, Bunny, you told me eyeballs too. I need to do eyeballs and teeth. Great ideas, y'all. Zombie fingers too. Jack's, Bunny, you just made me think of fingers. I was thinking of how I would do like zombie fingers, and I can literally do a finger, larger finger with a nail on it, with a bone sticking out of it.
See you. Nice to meet you. Oh, Miss Ruby, delightful to see you, my dear.
Rubbing them buns.
You run in a celebrity crowd. Do you think if you do, perhaps
teeth in general, yeah.
Yes, Max. Look deep into my eyes. Okay.
Oh yeah, yes. Chewy stems are definitely a thing. I've looked into them. They have vinyl ones. They have, the vinyl ones are made to be chewed. They're literally the same material that they make dog toys out of. And they market them specifically for people, and they make them in different shapes. They make crystal ones that are long, that are just in crystal shape. I thought about making some myself. I thought about ordering a bunch of them myself. We may have to get some branded chew toys. some Colt Chew toys, some doggy toys, but branded to yeah. Honestly, all of us would benefit from that. Every single one of us would benefit from that. My jawline would benefit from that too.
Since you're chattering and sweet, what an atomic breath!
Some Colt Chew toys. Oh no!
So peace and quiet. Alright.
Let's see if I can stick that back together. I heated it up too quickly. Buns ahoy!
Bloody Mary! Oh, the Mary!
Glass is quite forgiving when you're sculpting, luckily.
It wouldn't be a party without you here, Bugaboo.
I'm actually glad that happened, because there's a spot on the inside, actually, right here, that I need to touch up before sticking this back together, because that would have happened eventually anyways. But it actually showed me that spot when it popped just there that needed to be touched up. Almost as if it was telling me it needed to be touched up. Thank you, Glass Gods. Sometimes they actually are quite... Yeah, my cheeks are too, yeah. That'll be one of the first things that I look into to add to the merch. Ah! I scared myself.
It's okay.
I actually do have transparent purple. That color change purple that I was telling y'all about. I have a good chunk of that we can make some pumpkins out of.
Start staring kids after hours, I'm gonna put in for overtime. Now calm down, kid, calm down.
Don't talk about stems. I like the conversation, but don't talk about specific stems. We don't want to add any unintentional ones to people who may have OCD.
What are you, a coal miner?
But my dad said... Hannah, Freshlights only work on monsters that hide in your trunk. Yeah, and Bugaboo is a monster that hides under your bed.
Nice color.
I don't care what kind of monster he is. Keep him away from me. He's big and mean and scary looking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin the party. Maybe I should go.
Oh. No, wait. You don't have to go.
No, I understand. It comes with the job.
Maybe you're not that mean after all.
Well, to tell you the truth, monsters aren't me. Big and scary, yeah, but not me.
Big and scary is right.
Oh, you're just trying to butter me up.
Does that mean you'll stay?
You got it. After all, it is my house.
All right then.
Classic, but can't listen to it, unfortunately.
Door is ajar. Door is ajar. Door is ajar. Will you stop that?
Door is ajar.
Please fasten your safety belt. Why isn't he screaming yet?
Doing the bone dance. Oh yeah, doing the bone dance. Sorry, I know, I hate it too. Oh, look at that stanky leg! Did you see her hit that stanky leg?
Now what are we gonna do? We practically missed Halloween!
This isn't funny anymore.
We gotta go in and get Hannah. She's gotta be scared to death by now.
Look, I'm the leader of this group, and I say we wait.
Who made you leader?
What do you mean? Of course I'm the leader.
That's not fair! We didn't even vote!
You want to vote? Fine, we'll vote. Who wants me for leader? Okay. Who wants Bert for leader? Daryl? Katie?
That's one vote for everyone! I'll expand the recount! That's still one vote for everyone! Recount! That's one vote for everyone! Recount!
I knew it. Nobody has changed their vote.
I just want to see how long he'll keep this out. Recount! That's one vote for everyone! Recount! Won't you two stop it?
Recount!
Ready? Go!
All right. No winner.
Bunny, did you look up the chewable necklaces?
No winner. All wrong. No winner.
Look, wise guys.
They make ones that are bats, they make crystal ones.
Ready? Go! Rock, paper, scissors, scissors, scissors. I'm the leader, and I rule no more voting. No.
Oh, gotcha.
Stick it in park and wait.
See anything you want to eat? I mean in the fridge, silly.
Oh, concern.
I know. I'm not afraid of you.
You should be. Someday I'll be something like
Someday I'll be Lisa, Princess Veterinary Astronaut Ballerina. With a pony. Cool.
I love your dress, Ruby.
these are things I was
Yeah, they have chewable bats. They got. I bet they got bones. I bet someone will be doing a Halloween stuff.
All of them had a queen used to look like a queen. Me too.
Oh, Max, it's just a modern flipping frog.
Too modern and too little for my taste. You can practically see her ankle.
Don't freak out, Max. After all, you can see my ankle.
Mine too.
Ah, no wonder it cracked.
I think you're nuts.
There was a big hollow part right here.
Yes, beautiful, of course. But her ankle, really? 1 century is cost. It's impossible for the next thing you know. It's platforms and mini curves. So, as I was saying, snacks. What? Dancing always makes me happy.
What's the matter, my love? You are losing the dance of the class.
I do not want to talk about it.
Oh, tell me, my alabaster Romeo. Why are you so unprofessional?
It is just...
I don't want to respect blood between you.
I am simply not good at passing you. You can pass me with ease. I feel out of touch, and then I get self-conscious.
But these are our friends. They will not be just the way you are. 500 years their seniors.
I just have to remind myself every now and again that it is the 20th century now.
It is the first century, my precious.
Great! Now I want to get something ready.
I am showing mercy. But if you want to get down, it's a joke.
A joke? I think I will try.
Good night, Michelle.
Maybe there's something I can eat on the snack table.
The crack.
Bad talk! Off your town!
Don't worry, we're well beyond that crack now. And on to the other crack.
My tarantula rolls, my drunken collar and hockey head cake, my fleecy casserole. Oh, God!
Thank goodness. You don't eat peach? No, I like the other stuff. Oh, gorgonzola. Wow. Roommate,
The party just started. You are on the food.
Well, I could whip up some werewolf kebab.
Seriously? What are we going to do? We have to do something. I'm getting hungry.
I'm starving, Becky. Not gonna fade away to nothing if I don't eat something soon. Pizza! 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 Pizza!
Me too. Pizza would be a nice change.
Pizza! Oh, Becky, my baby, never thought of putting cheese and sauce in it. Pizza is a groovy idea.
Really? I know, it's so embarrassing. I could just live.
I could just live.
They know the sound of my voice if you have no brothers. Now, who wants Scotch? You are a maniac? Are you trying to poison my family?
This is their 3 mango special. Half O positive, half AB negative.
Let's share the extra cheese. Yeah! Extra cheese and oil!
You pizza with cheese and olive?
Yeah, I like olives. So?
I thought Mom said cheese and olive.
Oh, that's silly. Little girls make the crust all soggy. Just joking, kid. It's my job to scare kids, not eat them. If I went around eating all the clients, I'd be out of work. Who goes to that bunch of nonsense?
My cousin Jimmy.
Well, I'm sure this Jimmy/Bugsy discussion is imperative to the plot. And we get back to something that is really important, like ordering pizza.
Harry, we haven't forgotten the inhale the buffet.
Boucher! Well taken. Sushi, Alfonso.
Can't believe you left Hannah in the spook house. You're gonna be in so much trouble, Jimmy. You left Hannah in the spook house. What if she never comes out? Can't believe you left Hannah in the spook house.
Just stop it. We know we have to, right?
Then where is she? She should have come screaming out there ages ago. Maybe the monsters got her.
There's no monster. I just made it up to scare the baby. Duh.
Yeah, and if they got us, then maybe they didn't get enough candy, and maybe the monsters are going to burst out of there any second and eat everything in the whole world.
What are you talking about? There's no monster.
Oh, that stool does not do good things for the old nethers. Speaking of nethers, they have taken shape. Hang on. I'm gonna put the legs on now. Boop. Boop. A stool pillow. I would love that little crochet stool pillow. Look at that face.
Monsters! Oh my gosh, we've got to save Hannah from the monsters!
You save Hannah. I'm driving my SUV out of here before the monsters show up.
Do you slap all of them?
Little babies blaming monsters, okay? We don't. We're the big kids, right? There's no
We're the
such
big
thing as
kids.
monsters.
Yes, well, Mother speaks now. You might reply. Here's your order. Here we go, Mother. That'll be $197.
Stool pillow, I get it.
Pizza?
Get it? Stool pillow? It's a pillow for your butt. It's a stool pillow.
Sure. Well, that's $216 each. Of course, you could own.
No. Sorry. My soul is worth more than 12 pizzas. Sky, got any money?
No, I left it in my other pelvis.
Very funny. Well, pizzas, Harry?
Naturally, I wanted to be considerate of everyone's choices.
Oh, you wanted to be considerate of everyone's choices.
Oh, let's see if Buckaroo has any money stuck to him from being under the bed all day.
Toadstool.
Insulted my roommate, entered my house and threatened my life. Harry, you are a sensitive horse and you just have plain lousy table manners.
No, please, don't do anything.
I know you will, Harry. You'll help me in the pumpkin patch, you'll mix spiderwebs, clean the tombs. You'll probably have tonight paid off by Halloween next year. Enjoy your pizza.
It's turned to ashes in my mouth. That's fine then. I had half-assed
Mushroom butt pillow. I love a toadstool for my stool.
Both like the same kind of pizza. Nothing better than cheese and olives.
Yum, mine's starting to cool off. That's when it gets nice and cloudy. Want to try? Well, we've been eating pizza with garlic. And if our teeth touched your pizza, and then you ate it.
Oh, yeah. Your allergy.
Whoa, thanks. I wasn't thinking.
So other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the show?
Oh, hot.
Well, anyway, I should probably be getting home. I almost forgot what I
Isn't it, Jay?
I'm sorry I was
They're thinking about my butt
here.
and making me stuff for it.
How did you not watch this like candy?
My cousin Jimmy told me. He said that every year new kid has to make candy for the monsters. Otherwise, the monsters will come and eat every one of us. You think any of us would eat you? No, not anymore. But Jimmy said...
Jimmy? Wait a minute. Is this that same Jimmy that said I like to gobble up little girls? Then it's the same Jimmy that's on my mouth. I scare him silly every other Thursday.
Is that scare?
Oh, yeah. Since I'm on the kids' bed, I know all the things they're afraid of. It's my job.
Hannah, where is Jimmy now? Waiting for me, I guess.
Well, his wait is just about over. I think it's time we taught those big kids a lesson. Here's the plan.
You're attracted to the... you're just a monster fucker then. Not necessarily a furry, but a monster fucker. So like most movie creatures would just fall under monster fucker. So like the xenomorphs and xenobites if we're talking alien, like if you want to fuck the alien creatures, that's just a monster fucker. Or maybe a scaly. You might be attracted to reptilian and anthropomorphic things, but yeah, not technically a furry. Just a monster fucker. Which most people are, either. Oh shit, I was like, why isn't there any sound?
Okay. Well,
look, it's like a little
no way.
half-done stick figure funny thing.
I told you, there's no. Fine.
Oh, my buttons. I need to change positions.
I'm going to.
Need to swap cheeks.
I'll be waiting for you right here. Right here. Alone. In the.
Yeah, so like if you'd like fuck a dinosaur or a dragon, you might be a monster fucker, but you're definitely a scaly. There's stuff with bugs. There's stuff with bugs. What else? Yeah. That's kind of the basics. Furry, scaly, and then whatever the fuck bugs is. The more you know.
Dark. We better get going.
Ow.
Who the heck are you? What are you doing here? I'm Orson. I'm the vampire. I'm Jimmy. I'm the devil. Happy Halloween. Hey, have you seen a little kid dressed like a dumb fairy princess probably bawling her eyes out like a big...
So, anthropomorphic. So if you think Pokemon. Think Pokemon. But, obviously, there's levels to this. And some people just like... It's got a lot to do... We're an Adult Swim, we can say. It's got a lot to do with just penetration in general. There's a lot of kinks around just phallic things in general. So anything in nature, especially things in nature. So like, think the scene in King Kong with Jack Black. Remember when they were fighting in the ravine with all the bugs, and the one eats that dude's head? If you went, oh, yeah. I don't think I'd want to fuck a bug.
Baby.
Fairy wings, gold crown, pink dress.
Yeah!
Nope.
This is Daryl. He's a piece of candy. Katie.
Ooh, piece of candy.
And Bert.
He's a baseball player driving his SUV. Nice laser cannon, by the way.
See? Vampire kid knows what I'm supposed to be.
He ain't no vampire. He's just another dorky kid.
Jackson.
Am I right?
See? Again, there's levels to it. The same thing with like, okay, maybe I wouldn't fuck the alien creature, but I'd fuck Predator, right? Everyone fucked the Predator. Those locks, those muscles, especially the Predator that's in the new movie. Yeah. But if you go, okay, well I wouldn't fuck a xenomorph, but I'd fuck the mother xenomorph, then you've got even more issues, that's for sure, than just what we're talking about now. But, again, layers to it. Different creatures, different things. If you watched The Shape of Water, and you went, oh, this is a good movie, yeah, you're furry. Or somewhere on the spectrum of furry. Guillermo del Toro, yeah, furry. That whole movie. What the fuck? Yeah, Guillermo. Oh, I found a fish thing. I'm gonna fuck it. The movie, what was the movie with the alien? Splice. If you watch Splice, and you went, oh, yeah, also, you are also on the spectrum of furry. When the alien fucks both the dude and the chick, yeah, welcome to the community.
Just for the record,
I'll think of more.
I prefer real vampires.
So again, just it's anything anthropomorphic or creature. Creature and monster fucker are pretty much the same category. But if you've seen any sci-fi movie and you go, oh, okay, you fall under the umbrella. So whether it's the clown, whether you're what is when you're attracted to clowns? Coprophilia? Because clowns are anthropomorphic. They're exaggerated. They're, yeah, honk honk. It. Pennywise from It, yeah. Also, yes. There's layers to it, trust me. Again, think Rule 34 when we have this conversation. If you don't know what Rule 34 is, do not Google it. Just consider it safe to assume everything that's ever been made has been turned into porn. And anybody who knows going into animation or drawing, anybody who works for DreamWorks, anybody who's doing anything that way, they literally have a meeting and they say, okay, how do you feel about your work, your original artwork being turned into pornography? No matter what it is. No matter what it is. I was gonna list examples, but there's no examples. It's everything. Clownians, Venom, yeah. Anything, yeah, exactly, yeah. Aliens, anything not human, and you're under the umbrella. Because most people don't realize they're furry because of how big that umbrella is. Again, furry is just that encompassing term. And people get turned off to that immediately because they go, oh, like fursuits? But no, that's something completely different in itself as well.
This kid's not a real vampire. I'm gonna tell my dad he's a real vampire. Tell him. Tell your mom too.
Go ahead, tell him.
Stop me if you've heard this one. Four naughty kids walk into a spook house.
A
spook house. And we eat them, of course.
Oh no, everybody jump.
Click, click, click.
You'll be well, you'll be paid. Gonna start your working, gonna play.
Little claps. It's really funny because as I'm sculpting this right now, it just kind of looks like Among Us legs from the front. And this Among Us character has got a fat ass. Right? Look, I gotta show you all that. Which actually makes me want to make a sexy Among Us character. Right? The front of it just looks like an Among Us character. And then it's got a fat ass instead of a backpack. Right? Right? It's like, yeah, look at that unassuming just Among Us character they're making. Dun 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 dun. Yeah! Somebody's venting. Oh. Black is thick. Oh wait, I mean black is sus.
Who's this? How, Arthur Tycoon, rent, tear, own, mutilate.
Hurry, my minions!
for something a bit thicker to handle this booty.
Okay, good work, everyone. Nice job. Okay,
We're safe. We made it. We should probably stay here until the sun comes up.
Your cousin probably got eaten. That'll be a tough one to explain to her full.
Good thing Jimmy will eat her. He'll have to do it.
Shut up. Daryl, I can't think with you breathing right down my neck.
Jimmy, I'm over here.
Finally! Not the light of a flashlight! Oh, my eyes! My eyes!
Save me, Hannah!
Goodness, what a harsh life!
Get
Iron fire.
Won't be life! I live away! I'm terrible!
Everyone falls in there somewhere.
Oh yeah. Ow.
Jack Skellington, the Avatar creatures, the blue Avatar characters. Beast Boy, grown-up Beast Boy to be specific.
Just too much for me in my piggy's hole, and I burn! It burns worse than the worst burn ever! Oh, mercy! Is this the end of poor Harry? It seems so. Goodbye, Mother. I miss you all the time with the bright light. I move towards the light.
Technically, Morticia and Gomez Adams, they're undead. So zombies also fall into the umbrella. Because zombies won't technically make you a necrophiliac, but you're pretty damn close and you need to be careful. The cheeks will round out more. You mean like up towards the hips? Same thing with the legs that get pressed in now that I'm melting on the torso, it'll pull the hips up into it as well. It'll all proportion out.
You're alright. I'm playing.
Thank you, everybody. Will I ever see you again? Anytime you want to come back to the front side for a visit, just use this key in any door. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Scary Godmother.
I don't need you! Bring your flashlight!
Would you mind holding my hand? Oh, just in case, sir. You get scared, that is.
Not at all, Penny. Not at all.
Any pizza left? What? No, it's hungry work. I built up quite an appetite. It's not easy, scary thing, you know. Oh, no, please,
No worries. So good. So good. Yeah, this is coming together nicely. It's all a matter of planning where it's going to flow together. And then making sure there's enough glass there for when you actually go to start melting it in. Pretty difficult to try to plan ahead. Like here, I'll show you now. It already looks so much better. Glad you like that, Bunny. This was also a test to see if that'll get flagged later and if I'll have to edit that out. But, yes, here... Again, it's a funny process. Oop. Still looks just like an Among Us character in the front, right? But the whole back is taking shape. We have enough of the glass on here to make the torso and everything. And as I melt this back in now, it's going to pull everything up that way. And then we'll start doing some details on the front as well. It's a fucking hilarious Among Us character. I'd play this character. It looks like the fucking sus Among Us character that gets memed about. I need to make sure to warm this up very, very slow whenever we put it back in the flame. Because that's a very thick piece of glass. Thank you. Pun intended. Oh, speaking of... Oof. Yeah, that stool is just solid wood. But yeah, it all comes together, and what I mean by that is, like how funny it looks whenever we're first starting out with it. You're like, wait, why is the ass all the way down there? And it's like, that doesn't look right. And it's, when you melt everything together, it wants to naturally curl into itself, so you have to prep and make sure that when it wants to do that, it's going to do it all in the right areas, especially when you're doing sculpting and figures and stuff. It has to look natural, and y'all know how OCD I am. When we do figures and sculpt work and stuff, they end up being very, very detailed. And that's pretty much where we're going with this one right now. I didn't intend for it to be not as detailed as it is, but we're spending a lot of time on it, which is more than okay. That's great, and I love doing it, but I need to not tunnel vision like I do, because I did that on one leg. I realized I was doing it on one leg. I was like, oh shit, how long have I been working on just this left leg for? And it was a long time. Glass, right? Oh shit. I pressed the space bar again. See, it's out of habit now, and I need to not make that a habit. But yeah, so I'll show y'all before we go back to watching anything. Hang on, before I get too distracted too, I gotta do something. I'll show you what we're gonna do with the next steps, why it still looks like an Among Us character, and how it's all gonna end up shaping together. What do we watch next? More documentaries? Do we want to watch Modern Marvels? More Halloween things? Yes, exactly, Brooks. You have to make sure there's enough material in the one spot. You got to make sure that you're doing everything evenly. So I have to do one thing at a time. What I did at the very beginning was make the shape of the hips and then draw two lines down the middle of it, or down either side of it. Melt those in, add 2 dots for buns, melt those in, do the lines again, melt that in, and then add the buns again. Because just like we are layered, you have to add layers of muscles and stuff. So the more layers you do, the more shapes you give it. The sequel, let's see. I love the festive vibes as well. Let's see if the second one is. Is it Revenge of Jimmy? A red space button, a do not press this button. Oh, my neck needs to pop. Hang on. Oh, it did that way. I won't mess with it. As I mess with it more. Everybody stretch. Take a second to stretch some things. If you're sitting like a shrimp, stretch. Oh, my fucking. The inside of my hip. The connector to my crotch popped. Well, that's probably good. Needed to, probably. Would I be tempted to press it more? I don't know. I just need to not make it a habit to pause the video so many times, you know? Oh, thank you, Brooks. Never seen the sequel. Is it The Revenge of Jimmy? Oh, my back. Lucy, quit licking yourself. We're live. Come on now. Yeah, probably Revenge of Jimmy. I'm going to. I don't even have my water bottle in here. Let me grab my water. Let me skip the title. Yeah, looks right. So the funny thing is, it's actually light up, and I can make it red also. But for me, the problem is I use it to pause this quickly. I think I just need to get. I think I need to make this up here. I need to make this up here my pause, so I don't use this. Because if this is what ends the stream on Streamlabs, and I hotkey this in to play and pause stuff, then it wouldn't do the same thing on Streamlabs, I think. I'll figure it out. I don't know. There's a lot of things this computer can do. Oh, it's muted.
Gentlemen viewers, let's hear it for the Scary Godmother!
Still owe me for eating all the food at my Halloween party last year. Promised to do anything to make up for it.
Hang on. What else can we watch that's festive? We can't do like mainstream stuff. We can't do like any of the nightmares. I mean, like, is there anything classic internet lore that's Halloween themed? There probably is. That in advanced controls. Oh, look at this advanced control. Oh, I don't have it plugged in. I've got this little controller for the fan that blows air into the oxygen room. I'll just open it for now. It might be a little louder, but how much longer are you gonna need? Actually, it's not even that warm in there. I can leave it that closed. Salad fingers. I don't mean like that kind of internet lore. I mean like so like how Rocky Horror, it has like a cult following. Well, I guess yes, Salad Fingers would count. You're right. We can add that to the list. We can do creepypastas. I bet we could do most of the creepypasta stuff. We can try that next.
That was such a promise. You please.
Buddy, did you make it to the third Halloween Town movie? They were watching those the other day. Isn't it like Salazar's Revenge? Is the third one?
I know you will, Harry. You'll help me in the pumpkin patch. You'll knit spiderwebs, clean the tombs. Oh yes, you'll probably have to.
Oh yeah, I said I was going to show you all what I'm doing next, so you know what I'm going to be doing next. To this sexy Among Us character. Do 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 do. All right. I'm going to be working on the front. What you're looking at right now. Oh, here, I can turn the light on and make it easier. Oh, it's so bright. I was looking right at it. So you see here how on this one you got the nice little fupa. If you mind, don't mind my French. I'm gonna add a line down the middle, heavier on the bottom to add weight to the bottom. You see at the top of the crotch, underneath the belly button, how it rounds out at the bottom, and it looks like there's weight into the hips, like the V. That's how you get that, is you do a line down the middle, melt that in, and then sculpt around it. And then work on the the ribs after that. And when we do the line down the middle, it'll pull the hips in when we melt it in. It'll also pull some glass from here down into it as well. What would an artist call that when we didn't have the term fupa? And I say that with endearment. Let's get that right. Let's get that correct. That used to be a bad thing. There is Halloween Town High, yeah. Yeah, isn't Halloween Town Salazar's Revenge the one that where they come back? It's like a 10-year reunion after and nobody watched it. Mound. The Mons Pubis. Yeah, I'll explain it more as we go. Well, if you look at any depiction of feminine form throughout history, it's always been heavyset. I don't know why that changed all of a sudden, like right at the turn of the century. It's not true. It's I don't know why that was force fed to us.
Paid off by Halloween next year. Enjoy your pizza.
That would be that. See, this is why I pause it, because I like commentary, but this would be an amazing costume, amazing cosplay. Find a shirt like that, dressed as the wolf from, or the werewolf from. Yeah, that'd be great.
Now, get me. We have to prepare for both Halloween and our big party. What do you mean?
A monstrous tale, a very ghost story, isn't preparing for Halloween.
Well, when you're done, I need you to separate the dragon's eggs from a flambe plate.
Ooh, separate the whites from the yolks?
No,
separate the whites from the yolks?
From the dragons.
Now, let us cast our gaze towards an average house in an average neighborhood and meet a boy named Jimmy. We open our tale with poor Jimmy.
Poor Jimmy.
Halloween, dressing up like a monster. But that was before last Halloween, when he found out a terrifying secret. Monsters, you see, are here. Now Jimmy lives in fear because he knows.
Go ahead and give it to yourself, Ryan.
Monsters will.
Halloween Town, Calabar's Revenge, Halloween Town High, and Return to Halloween Town. There's 4? I was gonna say I know there's a reunion one. Kielbasa's Revenge. Oh, you okay? Also valid. Also quite scary. Kielbasa's Revenge. Would you like to make a guest appearance, Lucy? It's Lucy the dog. Here, make sure y'all can see her. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is that a spot? You see her face? Look, she'd fall over if I kept doing it. Look, there she goes. Oh, y'all wanna, speaking of Kielbasa, y'all wanna see the funniest fucking thing ever? I actually just, yeah, you'll see. When I first got this, I got it as a joke because I was like, yeah, haha, that's funny. That's a lot of pepperoni. I like pepperoni. Maybe it would be pretty good to get that amount of pepperoni. You can just take bites out of it. like I am one to do, right? And then when I got it, oh, just wait. You see it here. This isn't even my final form. If I can get into it, hang on. You just wait. Oh, it's worth it. Trust me. Trust me on this one. If you've ever trusted me on anything before. Meat sticks, yes. No, meat nunchucks. Yes. To my delight, when I pulled this out of the package for the first time, and they were still connected. I've got, how do you do the thing? How do you do the, hang on. Ha! I'm not gonna do it that way, because Lucy's gonna take a bite out of it. Meat nunchucks. It's okay, there's still casing on it, that's why I'm whole-handing it. I cook with it. It's okay. Pepperoni nunchucks. The things I wish I had as a kid, but as stepbrothers would say, I'm so much better off now that I have as an adult. Meat nunchucks. Now my hands smell like beef. I'm not gonna put that on the mouse. Hang on, let me go wash my hands. You know what'd be hilarious? Is if you just saw like a mouth, just like a dog mouth go this way. They know better. They do know better, but I do give them some of this, so I'm gonna put it up. They know better, but we can't tempt them with a whole meat stick. Whole meat nunchucks. Whole meat chucks. Hang on, bring it back. Like most Italian thing about me is probably that I cook with that. You slice with it and you cook it until it crisps on both sides, and you get pepperoni grease. You get salam grease to cook with for whatever you're gonna cook. If you're gonna cook some onions, you cook a couple of those first. I'm Italian on my mom's side. Lucy wants it, right? Oh wait, hang on, I need to wash my hands. I don't want to put meat grease on the mouse. Too much cheap vodka. Oh, there's no coffee. I just have cheap vodka in my mouth and no coffee. For it to be washed down with.
Said you were up here. Are you sleeping? It's only 7. monster trap? I figure monsters are dumber than you, and since you fell for it. Is that a compliment or an insult?
I don't know and I don't care. I'm leaving. You've gotten
I'm
really weird lately, Jimmy.
I'm monster-proof in my room for Halloween. We barely got away last time, but this year, I'm prepared. Okay, monsters can't stand the light, so I
Oh, I
the
gotta
lights
sneeze.
on, and I made that flashlight trap. Number 2, monsters like to sneak up on you. The balloons on the floor. I know they're here. And fun, monsters hide under your bed. And
Cowabunga, dude.
so I removed the under from my bed, and I got rid of everything in my
He
closet.
removed the under from his
Nothing for them
bed.
to hide behind. So, what do you do for clothes? Easy. I just wear the same thing every day. Hey, my motto is, better smelly than in a monster's belly.
I thought we all agreed those weren't monsters last Halloween, just big kids trying to scare us.
Yeah, and we deserve
You're in denial.
Hannah. So you're friends with the baby now? She's not a baby.
Are you friends with the
She's
baby
not
now?
right. Look, we were going over our Halloween plans. I've got a list of the houses that just give out full-size chocolate bars. We need our bikes, but I think the extra effort will be worth it. We need to avoid the taffy district and that cul-de-sac that gives out toothbrushes. Aren't you listening? When you celebrate Halloween, you
He's got
strong.
He's got a Jordan's jersey. Jordan jersey. Jordan's not. I don't know sports. I don't know sport ball.
This year, we're boycotting Halloween.
What?
As group leader, I declare this Halloween
Oh, hi, Marley.
canceled.
Sneaky baby.
Halloween. You're just one kid, and I don't want to be part of.
Oh, wow,
any
you're showing off.
anti-chocolate.
Wow.
You're either with me or against me.
Come here. Come over here and do that.
Fine.
Lucy move. Lucy move.
Kitty, don't make faces.
Wow, look at you.
Believe that way.
Put your feet right here.
Yeah, Mom.
Marley, sit.
Meanwhile, a few blocks away, our heroine Hannah was preparing for Halloween herself.
Tag, you're in.
Y'all can see her, right? Marley, sit right there. Sit. Lucy, move. Watch out. This is her spotlight right now. Marley, come here. Right here. Sit. Yeah, good Marley. There we go. And then she holds your hand while you scratch her belly. And here's Lucy. Lucy, right here. What? Good job, Lucy. Lucy's like, yeah, I know you gotta get the angles, you gotta get up high for everyone to see you. Lucy, you got the best hair. Alright, get down, get out of here. Go be stinky somewhere else.
No tag backs. Yeah, I was just in the neighborhood. I got a new kid, Davey, next door on my scaring route. So I thought I'd pop by and
Makes
say,
me want to watch Monsters,
"Oh,
Inc.
I'm glad you did. I'm waiting for Bert, Daryl, and Katie. They're picking up Jimmy, and we're gonna plan.
Yeah, they're all
It's gonna
fairly
be-
expensive because that material is not cheap. Especially the good ones that you can actually chew. The actual good chew ones. Again, those would be good things to add to the merchandise list. But yeah, definitely expensive otherwise. Chew skull. Yeah, there's skulls, there's bats, there's bones. I saw one. The one that I liked the most that I saw was a crystal. It looked like a long citrine that you could just like hang. It looked like the Atlantis. Marley, you okay, baby? You got something stuck in your nose? You got something stuck in your nose? Watch out, Lucy. Lucy, I'm trying. Marley, come here. Come here. Is there something in your nose? No? Oh, maybe. She got a little sneeze. I think she got allergies. You got allergies? Do a little sneeze? A little sneezing? She keeps doing it. You know I'm paying attention to you now because of it? Do look. No way. Hang on. Did y'all hear that? She does it when I do it. Can you do it? Do it. Was it just a coincidence, or can you understand me? I know you speak English, but come on, do it. Do you go? Go. No? Too much pressure? We'll try it one more time. Go. Dang it. It was a coincidence. Oh, I bet there is a cute bunny one. Chew on the ears. Come on, Mara, do it. Nope. It's not all over the fucking bench. Go.
Great!
You're pals with them now? But they tried to scare you last
time. Oh, my buns.
They're okay. And what's a holiday without scares?
Holiday. Say, nice house.
Am I the only one whose leggings make their skin very, very itchy when you sit on them? I don't know if it's whatever you're sitting on that's poking into your legs that makes you itchy, or if it's the fabric that makes you itchy eventually. But leggings always make my fucking legs itch. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's how much fucking body hair I have. Probably my body hair.
Wing decorations. You gonna give Scary Godmother a run for her money?
Thanks! I'm out of cobwebs though.
Oh,
sure
see, and I itched it. I itched it once. I shouldn't have.
As a mummy at a bandage
sale. Oh yeah, heat it up slow.
But I'm sure she'd love to see you. You still got the key she gave you, right? Right. Well, gotta go. That kid next door ain't gonna scare himself. Catch you later.
I think that's what's happening right now. I think that's exactly what's happening right now. Is I've been sitting on it for a long time one way, and it just shifted the other way. So all the little areas that it had pressed into my skin are now like pressed another direction. Ooh, yeah, my bun's itch now. It's the hair, yeah. Speaking of hair, there's kiln dust. Or, dang. This one's louder than the last one. I like 33 is the only odd number I like. It's because of this hard chair too. It's because of the stool I'm sitting on. Yeah. I'll probably change out of these leggings here in a sec. Give me a little bit less pressure. Under pressure.
Baking them until they're red and gold and so super secret they smell like fall and crunchy just like when you jump into the pile of them. Actually, I did. You are not sleeping down there and Bugaboo doing what you got work to do.
It is me. Bunny, you could be Scary Godmother and I'll be that.
Halloween is just around the corner.
Organizing it, advertising your oceans and oceans and
oceans. You've still got to paint the clouds in the sky.
Literal bunnies, oh no. You can get, I was gonna say, you get me one of those. I'm just kidding. I was playing along the wolf thing.
Jimmy, stop muttering to yourself. It's dinner time.
And don't
Stop muttering to yourself. It's dinner time.
What are we having?
Spaghetti and meatballs.
Hey, my favorite.
Then on Halloween, I can just eat you.
A carrot, yeah. A carrot would definitely be adorable. A carrot for the bunny. Oh, this fucking... It's not good for the nuggets either. Pardon my rearrange.
No, I'm out of chocolate. These are great. I know what. Just Jimmy the Box.
Those are only $5?
I was supposed to call him. Your godmother, can I use your telephone? Sure. Just use my cell phone.
Stop playing with your food.
Hello? I'm Jimmy and Hannah. Speak up. Is this long distance?
Alright,
This is
so...
calling from Norwood.
Like how I was telling y'all, glass wants to flow into place. So what I'm doing is pre-carving where I want the glass to eventually fall. And I'll show you what I mean by that in just 1 sec. Here's where we can start getting really cool details. Hang on. I can't see if you can see. So I'll over-exaggerate all the features. Marley, quit biting yourself. Over-exaggerate the lines of the hips, the V, and the hips on the sides. You see how it comes all the way up here? I did that one way too low, so this one's going to come up this way. It's okay if we do one side a little bit different than the other. It actually gives it a little bit of character. Obviously, features are different on one side versus the other. But you can see how the stomach is melting in. As I melt the torso in that way, it'll pull the stomach that way, so I know it looks a lot bigger, and it looks disproportionate. Don't worry, we got it. I'll make sure it's not I'll make sure it's a compliment when you give it to them, to say the least.
What do you want, Sport? No, I'm not coming to get pumped.
It is built like it's still built like a fucking sexy Among Us character. But again, I'm melting all of those exaggerated features in strategically right now.
I'm still there, Jimmy? Jimmy? Halloween.
Built like Grimace.
I'll just stop out from talking. Jimmy, what did I tell you about making faces? You stop it or your face will freeze like that. Oh yeah, whatever. Huh? Jimmy doesn't want to get a pumpkin. Did Halloween scare it?
Now I'm carving lines in the back as well. Kind of doing like back dimple areas.
Yeah, I just forgot. You've got to fight it then. Ow! Does it hurt? Oh, nothing can really hurt me. Except steak, or daylight, or holy water, or garlic, or... Hey, whoa! There are a lot of things that can hurt me.
We can't stay long. Max Olson and I are going to the grocery store, and knowing how busy you are, we wondered if this is what you were using.
Well, let's say pick up a big jar of cheese and a 6-pack of fried Saturday first.
Done and done.
What are you going to be for Halloween, Hannah?
I'm gonna be married. Or an astronaut. Or
A teacher.
maybe a superhero. Well, pony trainer, acrobat, hippie, telemarketer, firefighter, or ballet dancer. I'll see when I get to the store. How about you? What will you be on Halloween?
The same thing as everyone. My little piece of an empire.
We is an old-time holiday requiring traditional formal clothing, no seminaries and tennis shoes. To be my friend, you must show Hannah the coronation outfit we're making for Corson.
Oh, Hannah wouldn't be interested in my children.
Yes, I would. Oh, no, she wouldn't. Oh, yes, I would. Please, Mom, don't. Wow. Very pretty. Mom, wait, after this, I look like a Dorothy clown.
Yes, you will be the prince of Dorset. But Dorset is no good one in the door.
Can we just go? I'm dying of embarrassment.
You can just keep waiting for that.
Goodbye, Hannah. See you on the Halloween.
Bye. You a Halloween artist? I guess so. I gotta go too. I have to finish putting up decorations. Sure. I will Silver.
Let's do this.
Those watching of a more sensitive nature may wish to turn away to the set graphic scene of horticultural science.
Looks like someone snuck in last night to see us and the pumpkin. So without the jack-o'-lantern, we can't have
Another tour is finished, scary taskmaster.
Now I'm giving shape to the spine.
I finally paid my debt to society.
Stretching it in the right places.
What's the dramatic movie?
Larry, what did you do with the cloud?
I just painted them, I swear, as a gentleman and an artist. We were still early this year. I gotta make my Christmas card.
That's not Jack Frost nipping at our noses. Something's wrong. Really wrong. What must be wrong? My
I'll stretch your spine.
Maybe we should use another fruit or vegetable. How about lettuce? A stack of lettuce?
Why not broccoli? Then we wouldn't have to eat it.
Hey guys, look! It's not broken. Somebody spaced them up for us.
Cool! And it makes it easy to get the seeds out.
Yeah! Pumpkins are better than ever!
Alright, my eyes need to take a break for just a sec.
Wait, where's Helen?
I'll show you all what we got so far. Like I said, as we stretch everything and as we start putting it in place, it will all start actually looking like what it's supposed to do. I will melt the buns in, don't worry. I know they're low on the body. But I was working on the hips right now. The hips and the front. And then we'll proportion out the rest. So I need to add a little bit to the upper butt, actually, to proportion it out. Actually, melting it in up that way will do exactly what we need. It looks like it's just sagging a little bit. Saggy booty. A chewable Nest controller.
Mean candy is black with liquor. Ew! Well, any candy is fine by me. As long as you got candy and costumes, you've got Halloween. Costumes and candy, of course. It's the sweetest clam. Ow! 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 Ow!
Jimmy crept out into the night to continue his dastardly plan.
If you're going out, bundle up. It's cold outside.
But Dad!
Don't you
Put a jacket on.
young man, put some on.
Oh, my eyes. I always forget to blink when we do detailed stuff like this.
As I'm saying,
I'm gonna take a rip. That'll actually help. The closer my eyes are, the less they'll burn because they'll dry out less.
to the night to continue his dastardly plan.
Oh no! Someone wrote the word poison on all of this candy too! Yeah, and flammable on all the costumes, just like at all the other stores.
Aren't they really poisoned and flammable?
I don't know, but the stores can't sell candy and costumes that have been tampered with. They'll have to throw it all away. Even the chocolate caramel? Yes. The nut clusters? Yes, yes. The fruity ringworms and Halloween chocolates.
Okay, you just made those up, but if they really existed, then yes, yes, yes!
Oh, candy's gone! Game over, man! Game over! Halloween is ruined! There's that dramatic music again! Oh, that's so not good. Listen up! We have a big problem! My flipping table!
Are you
I'll grab a snack. I'll grab a snack in a sec. Oh, hi, Lucy. No, sir, Brooks. Oh, no, Brooks. Pardon me. No, Brooks. We are good to go, is what I was trying to say. Rocky Horror is amazing. The second or third time you watch it through, you'll like it even better. When you start finding out the different facts about the different people who actually played in it and everything. Yeah, good night, Brooks. I'll send you pictures of it when it's done. You just want it to be able to stand, right? You don't want it to be a pendant or anything?
Are you trying to tell me something? Hannah, the bird bites falling apart at the seams. We need you to keep Halloween alive. Help us, Hannah. You're our only hope. But what can I do? We can't buy treats or costumes. You buy treats? There won't be any trick-or-treating.
Well, we can still do that. It'll be trick or treat. I guess I'm egging your house this year, Darren.
Yeah, right.
Guess I'm egging your house this year.
Of course. I got it. Thanks, Boozle.
Yeah, meatloaf. Gotcha, Brooks. Sounds good.
We don't have to buy treats. We can make our own. Make the treats. Sure. It's easy and fun. Here's what we can do. Hi, kids. Here's a treat that is easy to make and fun to eat. You'll need some large marshmallows, chocolate syrup, a chocolate bar broken into squares, graham crackers, and a toothpick. Take 1 square of chocolate and place it on 2 squares of graham crackers. Dip the toothpick into the chocolate syrup. Don't lose it in there. Paint the face on the marshmallow with syrup. Put the marshmallow on top of the cracker. And prepare too. Put the whole thing into the microwave for 30 seconds. And on your microwave, you want the chocolate squares to get all soft. Watch your step, Papa. Careful, it'll be hot when you put those together. Wait a few seconds until the base cooks. And then chew them up. That'll work. You could even serve those at a party. That's a great idea, Katie. A Halloween party. A party? Yeah, that sounds good. But what do we do for costumes? We can make those too. We made our own last year, and they were great. Mine was pretty cool. Okay, well, we're using costumes it is. But where can we have the party that everyone can fit?
Good night, Brooks.
Nothing can stop me. I'm so powerful. You're invited to a Halloween party at the old schoolhouse.
Hey, buddy! You're wearing your costume already?
Good to see you on your Halloween spirit back. Will we see you at the party at schoolhouse? Oh, I'll get there early. Cool. See you there. Did you look creepy to you? It's Halloween. You're supposed to look creepy. True. This Halloween is gonna rock.
Yes. There were just 3 of us, right? Hooray! My servant mood is ended. It's enough to bring a creature to
No time to wait! Halloween's coming!
Happy Halloween! Oh, if only it were so clear of yore. But alas, his dastardly plan to ruin Halloween was on our rule. Do you get it? Toilet paper? Rule! Ah, Harry, truly you are a wolf with the wickedest wit in the West.
Halloween is ruined! Yes!
Holy jumping spiders!
Wait, where's that later? Is something wrong with Halloween on the calendar?
Oh?
Oh, good!
There is no Halloween on the calendar!
Is it skipping around? Is the video skipping around? I think it did just like a few seconds. Yeah, see? Wait, what?
I wanted to lose some weight, but not like this.
Oh, wonderful. Now I look like a naked pirate. You have walked your cow. Walk it out, weird pig. Is there something in my chest? My heart? My heavens. Alive! Alive!
Panic now? Sure, why not? I think it's perfect. What are you talking about? It's supposed to be a spook house. Can't you see? The house and trees look like little ghosts. Zillions of little ghosts. Big thing. Whoever did this. This will be the best Halloween yet.
Yeah, it's definitely skipping around a little bit.
Is everyone okay?
Except this lucky dog opposite mine. Hey, thank you. Hello, you idiot. I'm guilty.
Let's open my darling. Are you supposed to cry?
Like awful beating in my chest is off.
I'm fine. But it might have hurt my head. Maybe I should take it easy for a while, not wearing a crown or robes or anything. Looks like you have a kid again! Halloween! Wait! Okay, it's party time! And new costumes!
Yeah! Check it out! Last year the baseball players got me an SUV. This year the baseball players got me an electric car. Yeah, I don't know after something saved your life.
Last year I was a pet. This year I'm a pet. Oh, right. Well, last year I was a fairy princess. This year I'm a fairy queen. How about you, Daryl? I'm a pixie baby.
That's what you were last year.
But this year I'm sugar free. You said you have a surprise for us, Hannah? Yep. Are you ready for the best Halloween party ever? And remember, there's a big time that's
I'm gonna put this back on the calendar for now. Actually, it's okay. I'm gonna that's just good. I pulled too hard a little bit.
This is the No, he weren't. Hey, it's those kids that failed last year. Man, they're good. You guys really scared us. You're so cool.
Did you hear that, Orson? The black thinks that I am cool.
You look good mid-century.
And what treats is it filled with? Goblin cake, blueberry tart?
Is there really Wolfgang in there?
See, it did it again. Oh, he probably got struck, and they probably have to take chunks of it out. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So you should also be careful with that.
Your father doesn't go help you with the government and greasing. I know there are many reasons to come.
And the curtain and black holes. Do not forget them.
Wow, I love Halloween. Don't you, Calmax? Dressing up once a year as something you're not is so cool.
Okay. My buns need a break again, but this is coming out really nice. My buns and these buns need a break. The legs need to be thicker, also. The air conditioning needs to be on, also.
Cool? Like, well, I'm dressed as a fairy queen, and I'm usually just a girl. Or like Orson, he's always a prince of the night, and tonight he's...
Hey, Prince of the Night.
Now this would make Orson look cool.
I know that. I am with him. I am cool. Everyone said so earlier. Ruby, my precious corpuscle, do not be so old-fashioned. Get with the century. It is Halloween, and now is not the time for him to dress as a prince.
Alright. No matter how he looks on the outside, he is always a prince to us. Orson, come up and enjoy the party.
Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Hannah. I owe you one.
Looks like you're saving everybody today.
It was nothing.
It was us that were almost nothing. You used your imagination and love of Halloween to save the day. And that's the greatest magic of all.
Thanks for letting my friends come to your party.
I always say, the more the scarier.
The more the scarier.
Yes, and candy's mine.
Yes.
Halloween is ruined.
Candy?
Sleep is boring. You can always sleep later. Ooh.
Oh, man, now you got me, kid. You gave me a great scare. Tonight I'll have to check under my bed to see if you might be there. Put it there, pal.
What? Anyone who can scare Bugger deserves it.
Hey, I did scare the scariest monster around, didn't I?
fixed his face.
It's great.
No worries. Good night, Sky.
Would you help me out? Sure.
Yeah, see? Oh, hello. There's magically a dog nose in my hand. Yeah, dog nose.
And Stan and the dead as they flew through the night.
And to all a good fright. Good stuff. Good timing too for anybody heading to bed. Ooh, the fall of Papa John's Pizza. I mention this quite often, so let's get the deets. The dirty deets.
It can get kind of scary, especially at tax time. But managing your money can be done easily from the
Hello, everyone,
and
welcome to the Corporate Casket, a bi-weekly series. Papa John's was founded by John H. Schnatter. According to the Courier Journal, he grew up in what he describes as an upper-middle-class family. His mother, Mary Beth Ackerson, is a retired real estate agent. Growing up, he said she was demanding. She would accept a B on his report card.
Lucy's just staring at my back, wagging her tail. I was like, I feel somebody looking at me.
This is
Lucy.
Lawyers and entrepreneurs.
And you.
Schnatter played shortstop at Jefferson High School. He excelled at math, mastering analytics that he would later use to build his company. He told the students in Naples that he got a 790 on his SAT in math out of 800, but only a 200 on the verbal portion. I have a real problem with the English language, he said. John's father founded solar heating, wine distribution, and cable TV companies. All of them failed to the point that the family's electricity and water occasionally was turned off. But John said he had the best of both worlds. His father was fun-loving and lighthearted, not afraid to take a risk, whereas his grandfather was frugal and conservative. John learned to take risks, but to make them work, too. The roots of his enterprise were planted when he was 15 and working 2 jobs, unloading stock at Cut Rate Liquors in Jeffersonville by day and making pizzas down the road at Rocky's Sub Pub by night. He cast his fate with pizza because the profit margins were better, he said. At Rocky's, they'd sell a pizza for $10 and it cost $2 to make it, he told a conference of budding entrepreneurs many years later. I liked that. He took over Mick's Lounge on September 29, 1983, and 7 months later knocked down a broom closet to make way for a pizza oven. After selling his Camaro and asking a wealthy uncle to co-sign a banknote, he paid off half the tavern's debt and refinanced the rest. At only 22 years old, John had his own business, which was fantastic. I've got no issue with John so far, and how he grew so quickly. By all accounts, John deserved the success. And he even won out after his first controversy, according to one source. Keeping his focus solely on pizza, the company grew spectacularly, went public in 1993, opened its 500th store in the next year, and its 1500th 4 years after that. Businessweek named it America's fastest growing company in 1994, and it ranked first on its list of 100 best run small businesses. Schnatter in 1999 landed on Fortune's 40 richest under 40 list, estimating his wealth at $402.6 million. And he won a legal victory against #1 Pizza Hut, dubbed the Pizza Holy War over Papa John's claim to sell better pizza.
Pizza Holy
War. The jury
War.
decided that Papa John's claim was deceptive, awarding $467,619 to Pizza Hut in damages. But a federal appeals court reversed the verdict, finding that better ingredient slogan was so exaggerated that nobody was fooled by it. It was hardly a ringing endorsement, but Schnatter was vindicated. Nothing sells like the truth, Schnatter said during the Pizza Hut battle, and the truth is, we do use better ingredients to make a better pizza. And I mean, look, I think it's pretty frustrating when I see commercials on companies that are specifically going after other companies and just kind of attacking each other, you know? I'd rather see a pizza place tell me why they're better than actually hear them talk smack on someone else. But by the same token, the fact that Papa John's actually won here is kind of hilarious. They literally said, we're better than Pizza Hut, and a federal appeals court agreed with them. I really want to believe that this case was decided by a bunch of jurors or government officials having a blind pizza taste test party, though I'm sure that's not what happened. The point is, Papa John's was by all accounts on top of the world. But around 1999, the cracks slowly began to show. The sexual harassment allegations were first. This wasn't about the company, but John Schnatter himself. Even though Papa John seemed untouchable for a while, money changed things as it seems to always do. I'm not saying if you become wealthy you automatically turn into a horrible person, but rather, money can most certainly bring out the worst in horrible people. As Forbes says, Schnatter moved the firm to a luxurious new headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky in the late 1990s. When he commissioned a fresco for one of its ceilings, he had his face painted into the plaster. His own office was outfitted with black marble and a fireplace. Schnatter sometimes conducted meetings from his exercise bike and was prone to outbursts. In one case, he moved a scorned executive's parking spot to the very back of the garage. Reached through a representative, Schnatter denied the incident. John had his tendency. When he was done with you, he was done with you, said Donna Alcorn, who left Papa John's.
Jay, thank you so much for the $2.
And said she had a positive experience overall. That's why he's gone through so many executive teams in his life. One former executive says the married Schnatter would disappear for days on work trips, stirring suspicion that he was hooking up with girls. Schnatter denies this. In 1999, a mobile phone representative named Leslie Workman filed a lawsuit alleging that Schnatter groped her at a meeting after her party in a Louisville park, proceeded to stalk her, then asked her boss to send her to Papa John's to discuss a possible phone contract. Schnatter denied the allegations and filed a counterclaim alleging that she tried to extort $5 million from him and Papa John's. The case ended with a confidential settlement. John Schnatter and his wife have since divorced, but at that time, yes, he was married. I don't know what was happening at that time. I've truly got no clue exactly what the hell went on behind those very closed doors. But this is when things slowly began to take a turn for the worst. It didn't happen overnight or anything, but Papa John's gradually began losing its way. In 2004, 45 people were laid off at Papa John's headquarters, and Schnatter was lashing out at fat and happy franchises that weren't making high-quality pizza. Our system was asleep, he told PizzaMarketplace.com a few years later. We were on our boats, on our yachts, on our golf club memberships, but we weren't paying attention to the fundamentals of the business. He now calls the stretch from 2001 to 2004 the toughest of his career. When you let quality slip, you pay for it, and we paid for it. To their credit, Papa John's began straightening things out through a system of mystery shoppers, and in 2005, Schnatter took a 3-year break to bring in professional management from the outside. So things seemed to sort themselves out, at least for a little while. However, in 2009, yet more accusations were hurled at John, just as worrying as the one from 1999.
Oh, my buns! I got the imprint of the seat in my oh, Marley. Can't be sitting there, doggo. So again, the legs need to be bigger. That's why it looks unproportional right now. The legs need to be thicker, and that'll pull everything down more. But we're getting up into the torso. Already put the little muscles in the back and such. And then when we put the titties on it, it'll melt the top of the stomach in more into the titties. Yeah, the legs need to be a little thicker so it doesn't look as thick in the booty. Because again, it'll pull the booty down further into the legs too.
One source claims, Forbes also reports that a 2009 incident involving a 24-year-old female marketing employee resulted in another confidential settlement, and anonymous sources say there have also been more settlements over the years. Meanwhile, sources say women at the company were subjected to harassing behavior from Schnatter and other employees, such as being asked about their bra size
shows all the details.
Menstruating. Schnatter also allegedly asked employees to spy on their colleagues and sometimes read workers' emails. Schnatter, through a representative, disputed most of the Forbes story. Again, I want to believe this was just a case of Schnatter losing his way and turning into a massive asshole with predatory behaviors. But I think what worries me most is how even after 10 years, his actions and language is still incredibly troubling and very similar. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Now that you know a bit
and even
about
worse
the
now
environment
too.
Papa John's was in, let's get into where the decline truly began.
Ant booty.
But before we get into the decline of Papa John's, let's take a moment to thank today's sponsor.
And let's take a moment to stretch. Wow. HelloFresh. Cause my back's tightening up. Y'all take a second, grab a snack, grab your drink, and stretch my fucking legs real quick. Change pants, eat food. I think the pants are okay for now. I don't think it's gonna do much different in anything other or any different than what I'm wearing right now. Because these are pretty loose leggings. I just need to not sit for so long. Oh, hi Lucy. She put her face in my hands. Oh, are you helping me stretch, Lucy? Thank you so much. Oh, see, yeah, that's why I don't lift you up, see? I barely lifted you up at all. You hate it. She hates it. I lifted her up just a little bit. She freaked out. That's why I don't try to lift you up, Lucy. Because if I do actually try to lift... Look, she's shaking. Yeah, I know. You hate it. You hate it. You hate it. Shaking little baby. You're a groundhog, huh? Or do you have to pee? Do you go outside now? Did it scare you? Okay, let me take them outside real quick.
Use code CASKET at checkout.
I'm gonna change the pants. I'll change the pants now that I... Yeah, okay, oh my god. Yeah, she gotta go.
If you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension that automatically compares Amazon to other sellers to see if there's a better price out there. It includes
How do they know?
shipping in that price.
How do they know every time I walk away? Right when they should play a commercial.
Papa John's had an official partnership with the NFL. They made it past that rough patch in the early 2000s, and it shouldn't have been downhill from there. But it obviously wasn't, or else I wouldn't be making this episode. The thing is, I think Schnatter is both the best and worst thing to happen to Papa John's. It wouldn't exist without him, yet at the same time, most of the controversies that I'm about to list are a case of Schnatter shooting himself in the foot with his own offensive comments. For example, in 2012, Schnatter said that Obamacare would hike up their pizza prices. As ABC explained, according to Papa John Schnatter, the cost of providing health insurance for all of his pizza chain uninsured full-time employees comes out to about 14 cents on a large pizza. That's less than adding an extra topping and a third the price of an extra pepperoncini. If you want that piping hot pie delivered, the $2 delivery fee will cost you 14 times as much as that health insurance price hike. We're not supportive of Obamacare, like most businesses in our industry, Schnatter said in a conference call with shareholders last week, as reported by Politico. If Obamacare is in fact not repealed, we will find tactics to shallow out any Obamacare costs and core strategies to pass that cost on to consumers in order to protect our shareholders' best interests. The pizza place's Facebook page was soon littered with outraged pizza lovers proclaiming they would be happy to pay an extra 11 to 14 cents so Papa John's employees could have health insurance. Look, if John wanted to explain why Papa John's does not support Obamacare, that's fine. I'm not going to agree with every company's views or every founder's views. If Papa John's wants to support Romney or Trump or other Republican candidates, I can't keep Schnatter from doing that either. And if he wanted to present some valid claims and concerns about Obamacare, that's his right to do so too. But the way Schnatter presented this is another matter entirely. Some even went
Okay, much better already, actually.
Extortion. Papa John saying, vote for Mitt Romney or else their prices would go up. According to CNBC, some Twitter users are urging a boycott of the Kentucky-based pizza chain, but such reactions may be overdone. Was Schnatter making a political threat or simply explaining the economics of the pizza business? You be the judge.
I will be the judge.
Things may have been off-putting, absolutely, but John didn't just misspeak once, explained himself, and move on. Since 2012 especially, he's consistently said questionable things that have torn down his reputation, and Papa John's along with him. Before we talk more about John himself, though, let's see how the company was doing around the same time. Another major event around this time was actually a class action lawsuit filed against the company after Papa John's was found to have underpaid their drivers. Then, just a short while later, another lawsuit followed that one because Papa John's was illegally texting their customers.
They're illegally texting their customers.
Let's go through and tackle these one at a time. As for underpaying their drivers, one source claims, according to the complaint, drivers were typically paid between $1 and $1.50 per delivery, regardless of distance, rather than the 45 to 55 cents per mile rate recommended by AAA and the IRS. That scheme cost the drivers $1.50 to $5.33 per hour, giving them a net hourly pay ranging from $1.48 to $5.75, according to the lawsuit. The net effect of Papa John's fraud reimbursement policy,
that was on purpose, don't worry,
by company managers, is that they willfully fail to pay the federal minimum wage to their delivery drivers, the suit states. Defendants thereby enjoy ill-gained profits at the expense of their employees. Phone calls to a Papa John's spokeswoman and to the plaintiff's attorneys were not returned. The $12.3 million settlement took a large bite out of Papa John's second quarter earnings. After deducting for the expected settlement payment, its quarterly profit fell 36% to $10.8 million. The proposed settlement is subject to court approval. So, just to be clear here, this wasn't some little oopsie where Papa John's was paying on the low end of a recommendation or a few cents under. Papa John's was paying their drivers as little as $2 an hour. I know that these drivers, waitresses, and a lot of food service workers are underpaid because they're counting on tips, but let's be realistic here. If someone is ordering a pizza that's between $10 to $20, it's not like their tip is going to be a living wage for an employee. Food service jobs, especially those as big as Papa John's, should be responsible for making sure their employees are taken care of. After all, what right does a business have to operate if it can't even take care of the employees that it claims to employ? Plus, does anyone else notice the massive amount of hypocrisy here? Like, seriously, a couple minutes ago, John was complaining that Obamacare didn't allow him to properly take care of his employees without raising prices, and yet, since 2009, their drivers were grossly underpaid. Now, as for the next lawsuit, Papa John's had to pay $16.5 million because of these unwanted texts, which, if you ask me, is just one of the stupidest lawsuits I've seen in quite some time. And that's on Papa John's part, I mean. It's one thing if someone signs up for text message alerts for coupons, but for them to get a private cell number without permission, that's pretty tasteless. Get it? Tasteless? I'm sorry, I'll see myself out. But anyway, Top Class Actions said the following. The Papa John's text settlement will resolve a 2010 class action lawsuit that accuses the pizza chain of sending more than 500,000 illegal text messages to Papa John's customers advertising pizza specials. The text messages were illegal, plaintiffs say, because they were sent without the customer's consent and with the use of an automatic dialing system in violation of the TCPA. Papa John's International has vigorously denied any wrongdoing from the start of the case, arguing that customers gave consent to the messages when they provided their telephone numbers when purchasing a pizza. The company also argued that as a franchisor, it is not liable for the actions of its franchisees, which were the ones who hired the marketing company On Time For You to send the text messages. U.S. District Judge John C. Colinar rejected the argument in November when he granted class certification to the Papa John's text class action lawsuit. Contrary to Papa John's position that it played no role in those decisions, Papa John's has produced documents that indicate that it did play some role in the franchisee-level decisions to hire On Time For You. The lawsuits still did not end here, though. Although these were by far the most financially damaging within that time frame, Panera Bread also came after Papa John's in 2016, accusing an executive of stealing trade secrets. In 2016, Papa John's said they didn't even consider them, Panera, a competitive business, so they wouldn't steal their secrets, but Panera argued that their expansion plans and tech was what Papa John's considered worth taking. Late 2016, Panera dropped this suit, but not after it did yet more damage to Papa John's reputation. Even if it wasn't all that newsworthy or didn't even go viral at the time, all these lawsuits and bad press really began to set the stage for Papa John's downfall. But we don't have to wait long for that to happen because it was only a year later, in 2017, when this happened. And just like we've seen in the past, John did it to himself.
When he said the N-word like a bunch of times.
Hit the big one here. Their controversy with the NFL.
Yep.
If you'll recall, they were once the official pizza of the NFL. However, in 2017, John Schnatter was commenting on the peaceful protest that football players were taking, kneeling during the national anthem. Here's the thing. He didn't say, oh, I don't agree with this form of protesting, or express his opinion on the matter in a rational way. Because even though I disagree with him if he said that, I can respect someone else's opinion whether or not it falls in line with my values.
Yep.
No. What Papa John did is so infuriating, and what they did was they blamed their poor sales on the NFL controversy. And I wish I was joking, but here's what Forbes said. The net worth of John Schnatter, founder and CEO of pizza chain Papa John's, fell $70 million in less than 24 hours after the company released its third quarter financial report on Tuesday afternoon. The business beat estimates on earnings and revenue, but it lowered guidance on same-store sales for the coming period. Investors were not pleased with that news and sent shares down 11% through 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday. The stock is now trading at just over $60 per share. One casualty on the slide was Shatner's personal fortune. The 55-year-old, who owns roughly 25% of Papa John's, is now worth $801 million, Forbes estimates. Schnatter blames part of the downturn on the National Football League, which has faced turbulence amid widespread national anthem protests in the past year. The NFL has hurt us by not resolving the current debacle, he said on a conference call on Wednesday. Papa John's is the league's official pizza sponsor. Oh boy, John, what were you thinking? Were you not thinking when you made that statement? The answer is probably he wasn't thinking. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and yet I don't know if the guy has a single brain cell left in his head. First of all, if your pizza doesn't sell, well maybe, I don't know, maybe it's something up with your pizza? What about that blind taste test? Why not make sure your quality hasn't fallen down the tubes again? Secondly, how stupid do you have to be to badmouth your own sponsor? They're the official pizza of the NFL, but then John goes on to blame the NFL for their loss in business? I feel real bad for anyone working under John because I'm pretty confident in saying that this is entirely his own doing. I don't want to think that all the Papa John's executives are this ignorant about, well, simply not smack-talking their biggest sponsor they could ever hope to have. But in case you don't know how messed up John's commentary was, let me put it to you this way. It earned him the support of white supremacists.
Yep.
Quartz put out an article that reads the following. The pizza chain's CEO, John Schnatter, donated to Donald Trump's campaign and opposes Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. But it was his attack on the NFL for its response to kneeling players, blaming it for disappointing slow pizza sales, that rallied the far right to the company. The NFL has hurt us, he said of the league, which Papa John officially sponsors. We are totally disappointed that the NFL and its leadership did not resolve the ongoing situation to the satisfaction of all parties long ago, Schnatter told investors. Schnatter, that's a slip of the tongue, but I'm keeping it. No other NFL sponsors would confirm declining sales as a result of the controversy. The comment inspired neo-Nazi Andrew Anglin of the website Daily Stormer to declare Papa John's the official pizza of the Aryan master race. Other alt-right figures then launched a boycott of Pizza Hut for its CEO's statement that the NFL protest had not hurt its sales. The Daily Stormer then featured a pizza with a pepperoni arranged in a swastika to mark the occasion. Papa John's Twitter tried to take it back and say they condemn racism and hate groups, but it was kind of too little too late. Their CEO was starting to show his true colors, and the company had to act quickly before Papa John himself would hurt his business again. A month after the apologetic tweets, Schnatter stepped down as CEO, and 2 months after that, Papa John's and the NFL parted ways. Hell, even NFL star Peyton Manning sold his stake in Papa John's restaurants in the Denver area. It's unclear if it was because of Schnatter's comments, but the timing is pretty coincidental. Now, you might think this is the end, but Papa John himself has stepped down, and the pizza chain continues to move on without him. To some extent, it is, but we're unfortunately not done with John just yet. July 11, 2018. Forbes reports Schnatter allegedly used the N-word on a conference call with the marketing agency Laundry Service in May. During a role-playing exercise for Schnatter to avoid future controversies, he was asked how he distanced himself from racist groups. Colonel Sanders called blacks N-words, he reportedly responded, complaining the KFC founder never faced public backlash for alleged racism. He also reportedly said in his home state of Indiana, people used to drag African Americans from their trucks to their deaths. He reportedly meant to indicate he was against racism, but the comment still offended some people on the call. News reports attributing the use of inappropriate and hurtful language to me during a media training session regarding race are true, Schnatter told Forbes in a statement. Regardless of the context, I apologize. Simply stated, racism has no place in our society. So, because someone else in the fast food chain has used a racial slur and didn't face public backlash, that means John shouldn't face public backlash for literally saying the N-word? Okay. First of all, the family of Colonel Sanders said this was an absolute lie. CNBC reported Sanders' grandson, Trig Adams, told the Louisville, Kentucky Courier-Journal on Wednesday that is an absolute lie that Sanders used the racial slur or any other racially offensive words. He's a weasel, Adams said of Schnatter, according to the report. Because he's prejudiced, he's trying to say somebody else was too. Sanders had absolutely no prejudice against anybody. Sanders, who died in 1980, donated more than $20 million to charities, including to black churches, which he sometimes attended, Adams added. But even if Colonel Sanders had used those terms, that doesn't make it okay. Like, people get away with crimes all the time, and it's not an excuse to go and commit more of those types of crimes. Maybe Colonel Sanders did get away with saying that racist slur 40 years ago, but John using that as an excuse is pathetic and wholly unrelated. His apology just comes off as extremely hollow to me, like he's only saying it because people were pissed off at him now. He even stepped down as chairman from the board, and now his image will no longer appear on pizza boxes or in their shop. They literally erased him from their branding. And that's a yikes. So what did John do? Papa John himself? Well, he threw a fit and sued Papa John's, of course.
No matter what you're in the mood. Imagine suing your own company because they kicked you out and it's got your own name.
July 26, 2018, CNN Business explained, in a lawsuit filed in Delaware Chancery Court on Thursday, Schnatter's lawyers said he is seeking to inspect company documents because of the unexplained and heavy-handed way in which the company has treated him since the publication of a story that falsely accused him of using a racial slur. Papa John's denied Schnatter's claims in a statement. The company said it was saddened and disappointed
Didn't he say he did say
which it called needless and wasteful. But hey, disappointing people, it's what John himself is all about, though. Throughout this entire episode, he's had some nasty allegations hurled at him time after time, and he's been careless and thrown around racist slurs. So yeah, I can't really say I'm surprised he'd pull a move like this either. The guy has a sprawling mansion, he's nearly a billionaire, and he owns so much land in Anchorage that people have joked he may as well call it Schnatterville. So make no mistake, he doesn't need the money. John sued Papa John's because he was trying to prove a point. But if you ask me, the only point he made was that even when he's wrong, he's a stubborn, bitter bitch. So, as much as I hate to make it so personal, his now ex-wife pretty much said the same thing publicly. CNBC reported in late 2019 that in July 2018, Schnatter stepped down after Forbes reported that he used a racial slur on a May conference call with Landry Services, an advertising agency that Papa John's was working with at the time. After leaving Papa John's, Schnatter filed several lawsuits against the pizza chain before settling. Since then, he has been selling off his stake in the company. The lawsuit filed Thursday alleges that Laundry Service recorded the May conference call with Schnatter without his knowledge.
Oh,
the
shit.
dispute allegedly arose with the ad firm in June 2018 over whether Papa John's owned Laundry Service payment for work as the company's media buyer. The lawsuit claims that Casey Wasserman, CEO of Laundry Services' parent company Wasserman Media, then told Papa John's then CEO Steve Ritchie that he would bury the founder if the ad agency was not paid $6 million. The lawsuit claims that Laundry Service leaked excerpts of the conference call to Forbes, breaching the advertising firm's non-disclosure agreement with Papa John's. The facts will show that my words were taken out of context and used to manufacture a scandal against me based on a completely false narrative, Schnatter said in a statement. Last week, Schnatter said in an interview with Fox affiliate WDRB in Louisville, Kentucky, that the day of reckoning will come. He also claimed that Papa John's pizza tasted different than it used to, claiming he had eaten more than 40 pizzas in 30 days. Papa John's current CEO, Rob Lynch, on Wednesday said the recipe for the pizza had not been changed. Separately, Schnatter's wife filed for divorce on Thursday under her maiden name, M. Annette Cox. She called the couple's marriage irrevocably broken in her petition for divorce. The couple has been married for 32 years and separated in April, according to a divorce filing. The filing also pointedly noted that Schnatter is not employed. Schnatter says all net proceeds from the lawsuit will go to charity, and I can't exactly blame him for not being employed when he could easily live off his hundreds of millions of dollars. But as for the rest of this, it does seem pretty pointless. I don't think the false narrative was spun here. Not when Schnatter apologized for saying the word and his actions afterward. He just can't take it back and act as if it never happened because he's going to court for it now. These advertising groups he's suing have essentially said the same thing in early 2020. The first portion of their response said the following. Plaintiff John Schnatter now seeks to blame others for his behavior. Applicable law demonstrates that Schnatter, the television pitchman to millions, is the architect of his own demise. And I couldn't have said that better myself. John was the downfall of Papa John's. Now it's just Papa, I guess? Papa John's without the John in it?
John's.
This isn't even the only lawsuit that Papa John's brand has even faced recently. There's another one that came to a recent conclusion over workers not receiving wages during training. And even though Schnatter has donated $1 million to Simmons College, a historically an African-American school, Insider has described him as, quote, trying to pay off the black community. In interviews, he looks strange, sounds a bit unhinged, and, well, I don't think those 40 pizzas in 30 days are sitting all that well with him. Other, less reported on racist controversies have resurfaced because of this too. Like back in 2012 when a customer named Minhee Cho said that a Papa John's employee wrote her name on her order as Lady Chinky Eyes. Neither Papa John's or John himself seem to be out of the woods yet, and they are both coming out of this looking worse for wear. Yet again, this is just another reminder, as if we needed more, about how wealth and power can really bring out the worst in someone. Oh, and as a recent 2021 update here, he put out a statement where apparently he said he's been working on not saying the N-word as much. Great. I didn't realize it was that much part of your vocabulary that you had to train yourself to stop saying it, but that's a little nugget for you too. As we end today's episode, though, I want to give you one piece of poetic justice. You remember how at the start Papa John said they were better than Pizza Hut, how they even won a lawsuit over it? Well, guess who's the official pizza of the NFL now? Pizza Hut.
That's hilarious.
So, with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's episode of The Corporate Casket on Papa John's. If you enjoyed this episode, make sure you're liking, following, and subscribing so you can stay up to date on all the recent uploads. And if you want to connect with me outside of these episodes, make sure to click my Linktree link in the description box so that you can connect with me on social media and all the other various projects that I'm also working on. Thank you so much for making it to another episode.
Good stuff. There we go. I'm such a perfectionist. Alright, my buns need another break. Oh! What'd I say? It's all coming together. Buns hurt. gonna be working on this too much longer. I just realized what time it was. At least for actually, we'll probably finish this tonight. I take that back. I'll finish this in one stream, so they don't have to go looking for the other stream to watch the rest of it. We'll do a different one of these. Ooh, the rise and fall of Kat Von D. Yep.
What exactly does it take to get run out of a company you yourself began? What about a company that you began that's also named after you? While many people would say this is a near impossible feat, others would argue this is exactly what happened to Catherine von Drakenberg, better known as Kat Von D. Kat Von D has made a name for herself as the sassy, whip-smart, fan-favorite tattoo artist on shows like Miami Ink. and LA Ink. But what made her a millionaire is her best-selling cosmetics line, Kat Von D Beauty. Boasting budget-proof eyeliner and vegan liquid lipsticks with a dramatic and goth branding, Kat Von D Beauty was an instant hit with Sephora shoppers. But this love story with the public wouldn't last. On January 16, 2020, Kat announced that she would be leaving her company and that she would no longer be involved with her brand. This past year has been one great change for me. As many of you know, I gave birth to my beautiful baby boy, launched my vegan shoe line, and now am busy prepping to release my long-awaited album in the spring, followed by an international tour. As much as I wish I could balance all of this on top of continuing my makeup line, it has become clear to me that I just can't do everything at the maximum capacity. With that being said, I've decided to step down as founder and from all other capacities of Kat Von D Beauty and sell my shares of the brand, turning it all over to Kendo, my partners for the past 12 years. This was not an easy decision, but after careful consideration, I decided I wanted the makeup line to continue to thrive and grow, and Kendo is primed to do just that. While there's no doubt that Kat is absolutely busy with a new baby and a music career, the decision to sell her shares wasn't entirely a personal one. Kendo, the company that produces Kat's former brand alongside names like Fenty Beauty and Marc Jacobs Beauty, also removed Kat from the company's branding, renaming it simply to KVD Vegan Beauty. So hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're going to be taking a look at everything about Kat Von D and her rise and her fall.
Yeah, let's do it.
From accusations of Nazism to naming lipsticks after slurs, let's take a look at
I was gonna say, I heard her husband was a Nazi, so let's see about that.
the history of Kat's many scandals and controversies, and let's differentiate between what's fact and what's fiction.
Yeah, let's
One
do
of
it.
the most prominent scandals that has been following Kat Von D for most of her career is accusations of Nazism.
Yep.
A large amount of this criticism comes down to guilt by association,
Yep.
namely who she chooses to date.
Yep.
In 2010, Kat began dating TV personality Jesse James, mostly known for his roles on reality TV shows like Monster Garage and Jesse James is a Dead Man. I think that I'm his type on a different level than people we would assume, Von D said. But what exactly is that type? In 2004, James
white.
drew massive amounts of public ire when a tabloid uncovered this disturbing photo of him wearing a Waffen-SS hat and giving the infamous Sieg Heil salute commonly used by the Nazis.
Yeah, that's not good.
The hat James is wearing is from the military branch of the German Nazi Party. In James's defense, according to his lawyer, the photo was taken after his Jewish grandfather gave him the hat as a gag gift. He also claims that James cannot possibly be anti-Semitic because once he went on vacation to a kibbutz, which is a type of Israeli communal settlement, which is one of the most ridiculous excuses I've ever heard. That's like getting caught using a racial slur against Hispanics and then saying there's no way you could be
I went to
racist
Mexico.
because you went to Cancun that one time in
I've
college.
been to Mexico. What do you
Other
mean I'm
anonymous
racist?
sources have claimed that James took the photo for shock value and that James is just a misunderstood history buff. He had a stepmom whose father lost family.
See, like how we talk about, if you start getting into World War II, you need to be careful about what you get into World War II, because if you start collecting fucking stuff like that, yeah, why does he have that hat? Nobody should have that hat.
in the camps, and they talk about it growing up. Jesse's not a white supremacist, so that doesn't
He just
look like
jokes like
someone
one.
traumatized by the horrors of the Holocaust. But like I said, these are only accounts from anonymous sources, so take them as you will.
Lucy.
Jesse James also has his own history of shady partners. In 2005, James divorced his wife and actress Sandra Bullock after it came to light that he was having an affair with a tattooed model named Michelle Bombshell McGee. Soon after the scandal went public,
Dude fumbled the bag with Sandy Bullock? Man's fumbled the Sandy bag? Wow.
MZ posted a fetish photo set of McGee in which she is dressed in a swastika armband and Waffen SS hat,
Yeah, that's
similar
not
to the
good.
one James wore in his own infamous photo. McGee also has a W tattoo on one leg and a P tattoo on the other leg, which TMZ claims stands for white power. Child custody documents from Bullock's lawyer also claim that McGee has a swastika tattoo on her stomach. And I looked at the photos, but I can't see a swastika tattoo visible anywhere on her body. It's not that it makes this entire thing any more marginally better, though. Even Kat's current partner, Rafael Reyes, faced his own accusations.
This is who I heard it about. I didn't know about all the other ones.
Reyes faced criticism after photos revealing that he has a swastika tattooed on his neck began circulating around the internet. Unlike McGee's alleged tattoo, you can see the swastika clearly on Reyes' throat. However, it is important to note that Reyes does not believe this is a hate symbol. I was really inspired by what
it's not facing the right way.
It represented so many things. The seasons, like winter, spring, summer, and fall. It's a symbol of the sun.
It needs to be turned with the point facing down.
And it just means so many powerful things, and it's so ancient. I hated how it got stolen and turned into a symbol.
But it's not something for you to reclaim.
That was done by the Nazis, but originally the swastika belonged to, and still belongs to, my people. One of the reasons I got it tattooed on my throat is because the Buddha has it on his throat. It's because he speaks the truth, and that's what I do. And
well, we see what the repercussions of that is.
Reyes isn't wrong. According to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, the word swastika comes from the Sanskrit svastika, which means good fortune or well-being. The motif, a hooked cross, appears to have been first used in Eurasia as early as 7,000 years ago, perhaps representing the movement of the sun through the sky. To this day, it is a sacred symbol in Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Odinism. It is a common sight on temples or houses in India and Indonesia.
Yeah, but Odinism sounds a lot like fucking
appearing on artifacts from
Norse mythology.
European cultures.
And Norse mythology is very heavily associated with white supremacy now too, with them co-opting Mjolnir and a lot of things like the Tree of Life imagery and such. Not good.
If you've ever visited a Hindu temple or home, you'll instantly recognize that the swastika had a life before the Nazis.
The point is facing down.
But after such a strong association with hatred and racism, it's not unreasonable for people to ask you if you're an anti-Semite when you get a swastika tattooed on your neck.
Right.
Reyes seems to be pretty defensive when the tattoo is brought into question. For example, when a fan asked Reyes on his Instagram if he was anti-Semitic, this is how he responded. What? Are you serious? You must not know anything about me if you're asking such a stupid and insulting question. I'm Nate.
And if you're going to get pressed about it, which you know you're going to, you literally just tattooed a hate symbol on your throat. You need to not react the way he's reacting and be like, yeah, I know, it looks that way, but here, research these kinds of things.
From my mother's side and Jewish from my father's side, and I was born in Mexico. Why? Because I have a Buddhist cross tattooed on my throat that's coming out of a lotus. I have tons of sacred symbols tattooed on my body, on my neck. I have the Star of David and Om and Ankh. Look, I also understand the history of the symbol. Like, I want to believe that he didn't get the tattoo with the intention of it being a symbol of hate.
Right.
But to call someone stupid for asking you if you're a Nazi when you've literally tattooed iconography used by Nazis to symbolize the mass murder of Jewish people onto your neck, it's kind of disingenuous. You, the person sitting there watching
disingenuous is a good word for it.
Had an initial impression when I showed you that photo of the tattoo. Most people, at least in the United States and throughout Europe, will associate the swastika with Nazi Germany.
Yep.
That is kind of just a fact. If you don't want to field questions like this, and if you're going to lash out at people when they ask you if you're anti-Semitic, then perhaps you should consider getting a different symbol of peace tattooed.
Or maybe somewhere else?
There are so many different symbols of religious peace, and amazingly, the swastika doesn't even crack the top 10 or top 100 for that matter. Right. So this is a very peculiar choice to pick, especially when it's recognized far more now for being something insidious and gross disgusting. Kat Von D's Nazi association doesn't begin and end with the people she chooses to date, though. In 2007, after she was fired from Miami Inc., Von D may have left her former boss, Amy James, a pretty offensive parting gift. And this is all allegedly, so just so you know, this is alleged. But she allegedly created a signed headshot addressed to her Israeli-American ex-employer that read, "Burn in Hell, Jew-bag," complete with a flaming Star of David and a swastika drawn under her name in Sharpie.
Well, that's
very
not
classy and very subtle. I wonder if he'll get what she's trying to say. Kat claims that she never signed this headshot and that the message was actually created by a disgruntled coworker with a bone to pick. The recent accusation of a publicity photo of me with offensive and anti-Semitic comments and graphics allegedly written by me is completely false and unfounded and clearly a forgery, Kat said. I have always been and will continue to be an advocate for tolerance of all races, religions, and ways of life. Despite this, fellow Miami Ink co-star Chris Garver claimed that he witnessed Kat handing the one-of-a-kind autograph to James directly. James then took the photograph to TLC, where his valid concerns on workplace anti-Semitism were promptly ignored by the staff. After intervention from James's lawyer, TLC executives sent the photo off to a handwriting analysis who concluded there was a 99% probability that Kat Von D was the author behind the message. After receiving the results, James claimed that TLC acknowledged them, stated there was insufficient evidence to connect Kat to the photo, and told James that they trust that this information will be kept strictly confidential. Kat's spin-off show, LA Ink, premiered a month later on TLC. Class all the way down. Kat Von D's makeup line is a never-ending source of controversy for the former tattoo artist as well. Mostly thanks to Kat's exceptionally poor foresight when naming her signature lipsticks and liquid lip colors. One of the first waves of backlash she received was after releasing her bright fire engine red lipstick under the name Underage Red. Fans accused Kat of condoning and glamorizing statutory rape or the sexual exploitation of minors with the inclusion of the word underage, which is often used in connection with the age of consent. Oh, and while we're here, if you're under the impression that this could have just been oversight at Kat's corporate headquarters, you're mistaken. In a Facebook post, Kat Von D went on to clarify that she is personally responsible for naming every one of her shades. I should mention first that I am the sole creative force behind my brand. I am the one responsible for naming every single shade, so I don't see why anyone should aim any backlash towards such a great company like Sephora, who ultimately has no creative input on such matters. Although I do exclusively sell through them, my brand is its own independent identity. She also went on to clarify that she would not be changing the name of the shade while expressing her disgust at the insinuations that others were making about her with these accusations. These wild and horrific accusations proclaiming that any aspect of my makeup line would ever promote the degradation of women, statutory rape, sexual behavior, human trafficking, underage drinking, or even the idolization of fleeting youth goes against everything I stand for. So please excuse me if I find those articles and comments appalling and inaccurate. I refuse to sacrifice my integrity and creative freedom. No, I will not be pulling Underage Red from my collection, and no, this is not an apology. Despite this, the shade was unavailable from Sephora, and it's unclear if simply sold out or was just quietly pulled from the shelves. Kat has also caught flack for branding one of her most popular shades of everlasting liquid lipstick with the name Lolita. A dusty, rosy pink, the shade's namesake originates from a 1955 novel written by Russian-American author Vladimir Nabokov, which shares the same name. Nabokov's Lolita was quick to go down the annals of history thanks to its expectedly controversial subject matter. In the book, a middle-aged literature professor, Humbert Humbert, becomes sexually obsessed with his 12-year-old stepdaughter, Dolores. That's not a typo. 12 years old. Humbert privately gives Dolores the nickname Lolita, which Merriam-Webster defines as a young girl who is precociously seductive. Kat Von D has never apologized for the name Lolita either, and the shade continues to be sold in Sephora stores across the country. There's even a shade called Lolita 2, which serves as a testament to how popular the original shade is. Believe it or not, the sexual assault victim lipstick line wasn't even Kat's most controversial naming choice to date. In 2013, Sephora and Kat Von D were the subject of a massive amount of public backlash thanks to a newly released shade named Celebutard. The name is a mashing of the two words celebrity and the pejorative term artard, which is a denigrating word used to refer to someone with a mental disability. The term has been used colloquially to refer to celebrities who are famous for being dumb. Think the Kardashian clan or Paris Hilton if you're old school. Following the backlash, Sephora pulled the shade from its stores and apologized for releasing a lipstick with a name that mocked the disabled. It has come to our attention that the name of one shade of lipstick we carry has caused offense to some of our clients and others. We are deeply sorry for that. Some users have claimed that in response to the offensive shade being pulled, Kat tweeted and then deleted the phrase, "At the end of the day, it's just a fucking lipstick." However, it doesn't seem like any archives or screenshots of this tweet exist, so again, take this claim with a grain of salt. And honestly, at this point, what Kat Von D controversy can really be complete without accusations of Nazi sympathy? Kat also infamously decided to name a shade of her everlasting liquid lipstick Selection, spelled with a K. The word selection with a K is widely considered to be offensive and inappropriate in its native German language because it's one of the hundreds of words co-opted by Nazi leaders. Specifically, Nazis used the term selection in reference to the distinction soldiers would make when classifying concentration camp inmates. Those who seemed to be fit enough to work and be forced into slave labor camps such as Auschwitz, while those who did not would be sent to their death in gas chambers specifically designed for that purpose. Though Kat Von D eventually changed the shade of the name to a much more benign name called Beloved, this doesn't change the fact that the makeup mogul has shown a repeated pattern of tone-deaf naming choices. And the controversy doesn't even end there. As late as 2017, Kat was back at it once again, catching criticism for her new basket case eyeliner and its corresponding marketing campaign. Critics once again accused Kat of profiting from the pain caused by mental illness thanks to the name of the eyeliner, but they also had a larger problem with the marketing campaign that accompanied it. In October 2017, Kat Von D released this image of herself handcuffed to Green Day lead singer Billy Joel Armstrong to promote and release her new basket case eyeliner. Many Instagram users instantly recognized the promo photo as being reminiscent of this infamous photo of the Sex Pistols bassist Sid Vicious and his girlfriend Nancy Spungen donning the same pair of handcuffs. Sid and Nancy's relationship is one of the most tumultuous in punk history. Nancy, who was diagnosed with schizophrenia when she was 15, and when she was 17, she ran away from home, moved to New York, and began working as a sex worker. In 1977, Spungen moved to London where she met Vicious, who she quickly began dating. Spungen and Vicious's relationship was controversial, with the pair abusing multiple drugs together. Tabloid nicknamed her Nauseous Nancy for her frequent outbursts, antisocial episodes, violence, and verbal abuse hurled at Vicious in public. The couple's entire relationship was punctuated with domestic abuse on both sides, which culminated in Vicious allegedly attacking her in her hotel room in New York City one night in 1978. Nancy Spungen's body was found under the sink in a hotel room.
13 minutes until 4:20.
Hotel Chelsea. The cause of death was a single fatal stab wound to her abdomen. Sid Vicious was arrested for her death and charged with second-degree murder, a crime that he pled not guilty to. Just 4 months after being released from jail on bail, Vicious died of a heroin overdose before he could return to court to be tried. So again, right, what does any of this have to do with Kat Von D? Public critics have claimed that the entire basket case marketing campaign was an attempt to capitalize on a romanticized version of Sid and Nancy's relationship. The term basket case is a reference to someone who is traumatized, especially by stress, anxiety, or mental illness, to the point where they cannot function and must be carried around in a basket. This also, just to clarify, happens to be an album title for one of Green Day's old albums from the 90s. When called out on Instagram for the campaign's resemblance to the infamous photo of Vicious and Spungen, Kat Von D lashed out at detractors. Saying that I capitalize on mental illness is such a big reach and you should be ashamed of yourself. I don't think you realize how much harm you are actually causing by nitpicking a campaign that has nothing to do with mental illness. Yes, Nancy Spungen may have been schizophrenic, but Friedrich Nietzsche suffers from cognitive decline, dementia, and depression. Edith Piaf, Billie Holiday, Ludwig van Beethoven, and many more of my personal heroes struggled with drug abuse, alcoholism, and depression as well. This does not mean their lives and work shouldn't be celebrated. This response is just disjointed at best. Though the basket case eyeliner wasn't named with the intention of making fun of Spungen's mental health issues, as I mentioned earlier, it was intended to be named after the Green Day song, album, whatever, of the same name, it's pretty hard to deny that Kat wasn't at least partially inspired by Nancy and Sid's abusive relationship when she recreated that photograph. It's also pretty tough to say that your campaign has nothing to do with mental illness in one sentence and then immediately justify celebrating Nancy's life in the next sentence. After posting her rebuttal on a critic's now deleted post, backlash only seemed to increase towards Kat, with many Instagram commenters taking issue with her tone, defensiveness, and level of aggression towards the original poster. As for the basket case eyeliner, the product was a limited edition special collaboration, which means that it lived out its life on Sephora shelves before quietly vanishing from public eye. In time, the public's disapproval of Kat Von D also waxed and waned, that is, until she announced that she was pregnant. So if you've spent any significant amount of time on the internet, or even on my old Reddit videos at this point, you probably already know a thing or two about the anti-vaccine community, sometimes called anti-vaxxers. Anti-vaxxers have a very wide range of reasons why they oppose some or all vaccinations, ranging from the beliefs that vaccines cause autism to believing that vaccines will degrade your natural immune system. Of course, none of these reasons have any basis in any type of science except pseudoscience. Vegans like Kat Von D often have a different reason for refusing to vaccinate their children. But before we go over why a vegan may oppose vaccines on an ethical ground, we need to understand how vaccinations work. When the white blood cells in your body encounter a disease or virus, they fight it off using molecules called antigens. These antigens need to be specifically created to attack the individual protein sequence in every specific disease or virus. Once your white blood cells have created antigens to fight off a particular disease, it's much more difficult for you to become seriously ill with that disease again. This is why some diseases are nearly impossible to catch 2 times. If you weren't vaccinated against chickenpox as a child, you probably remember having the illness for one itchy, scratchy week. But you also probably didn't catch chickenpox again after you had it as a child. This is because your white blood cells already know how to make antigens to combat the chickenpox disease. If you happen to ingest some of the disease-causing organisms, your immune system already knows how to create antigens to fight it off before the disease has an opportunity to multiply and make you sick. A vaccination is sort of like a practice training course for your immune system. A crucial part of the vaccination is a dead or severely weakened form of the virus you're vaccinating against. For example, when you get your vaccination against polio, a part of the injection that you receive is a dead form of the polio virus. Despite the fact that the virus is dead, your body can still recognize the disease as a foreign body and fight it off using antigens without the risk of actually contracting polio. This also means that technically, there is no vegan vaccine because every vaccine needs to contain some sort of dead or weakened virus. Vegans like Kat Von D might oppose vaccinations on an ethical basis because the vaccinations do contain a living
8 minutes till 4:20.
She might also be opposed to vaccinations because she believes one of the other more common myths about vaccinations, mainly that they contain toxic chemicals or that they can cause psychological disorders. In June 2018, Kat Von D created an Instagram post showing off her baby bump while pregnant with her first child, Leafar. In the text of the post, Kat lamented on how tough pregnancy has been for her when she confirmed that she would continue her vegan lifestyle while carrying her child. Her post begins reasonable. I knew the minute we announced our pregnancy that we would be bombarded with unsolicited advice, some good and some questionable, unsolicited nonetheless. I also was prepared for the backlash and criticism we would get if we decided to be open about our personal approach to our pregnancy. My own father flipped out on me when I told him we decided to ditch our doctor and go with a midwife instead. But then, things turn very quickly unreasonable as Kat confirms that she doesn't plan to vaccinate her son after she gives birth. And if you don't know what it's like to have the entire world openly criticize, judge, throw uninformed opinions, and curse you, try to be an openly pregnant vegan on Instagram having a natural drug-free home birth in water with a midwife
well, nobody's asking you to
who
do
has
that,
the intention
Kat
of raising a vegan child without vaccinations.
Nobody's
My point
asking you
being,
to
I already know what it's like to make
publicize
life
that.
choices that are not the same as the majority. So your negative comments are not going to influence my choices. Actual research and educating myself will, which I am diligently doing. This is what some journalists call burying the lead. Kat starts out with her post with a sentiment that not many people would argue with. I can't imagine it would be a lot of fun having millions of strangers commenting on your body and offering their parenting hot takes constantly, and I don't imagine most people would enjoy being bombarded with advice they don't want or need.
6 minutes till 4:20.
I often feel away when I post videos on Casper's channel and people just want to tell me how to raise him while either never owned a dog and most certainly have never met Casper and understanding his needs or requirements. But it's also completely up to Kat whether or not she wants to consume animal products while pregnant. While pregnant women do have different nutritional needs than women who are not pregnant, there are plenty of vegan sources of healthy fats, proteins, and essential vitamins and minerals that Kat can eat to keep her little one growing strong. Healthcare professionals have found that it's perfectly safe to continue to eat vegan while pregnant so long as you're watching your micro and macronutrition intake. According to Healthline, a vegan diet that promotes adequate amounts of these nutrients appear to be just as healthy as a conventional diet that includes meat, eggs, and dairy. Research suggests that women who follow a vegan diet are generally at no greater risk of pregnancy complications than women who don't. A balanced vegan diet is perfectly acceptable for pregnancy. However, then Kat's post goes into a twist. She frames her decision not to vaccinate her child as a personal decision in line with eating a vegan diet and giving birth without the use of pain-killing drugs. But this isn't actually true. When someone doesn't vaccinate their child, it doesn't only put that individual child at risk. it also puts the entire population at risk that the disease will propagate. But why exactly is that? If I'm vaccinated against polio, why should I worry whether or not Kat's child gets polio? The answer to that question lies in a concept called herd immunity. Herd immunity is the idea that if enough members of a population, otherwise known as the herd, are immune to a disease, the disease won't have enough viable hosts to propagate and will eventually die out. For example, imagine that 4 out of every 5 people on the street are immune to chickenpox. If the chickenpox virus is released in the population and encounters one of the 4 people who are immune, the virus cannot infect that person and reproduce in order to spread further. However, only 1 out of the 5 people are immune. The virus has a much higher chance of interacting with a person whose body can host the disease. This is part of the reason why the spread of the novel coronavirus was so fast and so sudden, because this was a new strain of the virus that caused the infamous SARS outbreak in Asia, and no one had that kind of immunity. This gave the virus basically unlimited potential to multiply and spread before we began social distancing procedures. In areas where herd immunity is not common, we often see outbreaks of preventable diseases. For example, in August of 2019, a teenager with measles visited Disneyland in California. Measles is an incredibly contagious disease. About 90% of people who aren't vaccinated, who are exposed to measles, will contract the disease. Because California has such a high rate of unvaccinated children when compared to the rest of the general population of the United States, this single trip to Disney ended up causing an outbreak of measles that infected over 1,200 people. This is the single largest measles outbreak in the United States that has seen the disease since it was declared eradicated in the year 2000. Herd immunity isn't the only important way to prevent the spread of illness amongst those who choose not to vaccinate. Certain people cannot be vaccinated against certain diseases because they might be allergic to some of the ingredients in the vaccine they need. Very young children, older adults, and people with weakened immune systems may also not be able to get a vaccine for health purposes. These people all depend on herd immunity to keep them from contracting the disease. Anti-vaxxers have caused tons of problems throughout the country and the world by refusing to vaccinate their children against preventable, nearly eradicated diseases. In 2006, a child in England died from measles for the first time in a decade. In 2008, the United States saw 131 cases of measles, the highest number since 1996. The anti-vax sentiment continues to gain traction, especially in wealthier countries, as people like Kat request amazing positive energy when they reveal their decision to subject their child to potentially life-threatening disease. Personally, I think a PowerPoint presentation showing Kat every crippling disease we don't need to worry about killing us thanks to vaccines would be more amazing positive energy, but, hey, that's just me. When Kat Von D explains that she plans to raise her child on a vegan diet and give birth with a midwife instead of a doctor in the same sentence as admitting that she doesn't plan to vaccinate, it's not an accident either. Kat is intentionally posturing that refusing to vaccinate is a personal choice, and she hopes that framing it alongside these health issues doesn't harm anyone and will make you believe that she should not be receiving criticism. But the truth of the matter is that refusing to vaccinate your child doesn't just put your own child at risk. It puts everyone who cannot be vaccinated at risk as well. Not to mention that your child isn't able to make informed decisions about his or her health. Just vaccinate the fucking kids. In her video titled, I am not a Nazi, I am not anti-vax, Kat claims that she's not against vaccines. However, her explanation is, well, it's unconvincing. I am not an anti-vaxxer. What I am is a first-time mother. I'm one of those moms that reads everything. Like, I read everything from ingredients in food to cleaning supplies to medicines. Basically, anything that is going in or on my baby, I research like a complete and total nerd. So back when I was pregnant, somebody asked me on Instagram if we were vaccinating our baby. And after researching and reading the ingredients in the vaccines, naturally, I experienced hesitancy.
Yeah, because you know what all those ingredients actually are, right?
If I would have known that I would have let so many people down with that, I would have never shared where we were with it at that time. Since then, we have decided as parents to consult with a pediatrician and let him educate us and guide us. But unlike before, I'm choosing not to make our decision or any of our baby's health records public, and I just want to thank you guys for respecting that. While I'm sure that every pediatrician on the planet would tell Kat that vaccines are safe and effective and that she should definitely be vaccinating her child, this entire explanation comes off as really dismissive. You don't need to release your child's health records to say, I said something dumb, I was wrong about vaccines, and you should vaccinate. You also don't need to specify which vaccines your child has received to say we plan on vaccinating. Right. Not to mention that Kat didn't seem to care very much about her son's personal privacy when she announced to her 7 million Instagram followers that she wouldn't be vaccinating. So why the change of heart now? I'm just not convinced from the evidence that we've seen that Kat actually does plan on doing the right thing and protecting her child, and it's sad. Because parents like Kat don't just hurt their own families. They also put everyone else at risk because they think 2 hours of Googling and reading websites like truthaboutvaccines.freedom is comparable to decades of actual medical research and progress. Ultimately, it's normal in human nature to be angry and upset when someone believes that you're something you aren't. And no matter how you feel about her, there's no way to deny that Kat Von D does catch more than her fair share of criticism for things that people have no business sticking their noses in simply because of the way she looks. For example, when she posted this photo of her husband holding her child and people complained that it was an unacceptable way to present a newborn baby, or when she was called demonic and hellish for wearing a red dress to her own wedding, like, just calm down, Karen. These are not the things to criticize. But how does Kat really feel about vaccines? Is she really an anti-Semite? Unfortunately, there is no way for me or anyone to know for sure. We can't get inside her head to see what she's thinking about, and she does continuously deny these allegations despite actions But when you have a platform and a PR team working around the clock to help you present yourself and your brand in a way that's inviting and acceptable, there's really no excuse for
We're gonna end our stream in 9 minutes.
Constant patterns of scandal occurring. It doesn't matter if it was a joke. There's no reason to name your lipstick with a reference to the word artard. It doesn't matter if you think you were misinterpreted. There's no reason to tell the entire world that you aren't going to vaccinate your child and conveniently change your mind when people start boycotting your makeup.
Right.
If you aren't a Nazi and someone calls you a Nazi, that's a normal thing to be angry and upset about. But when this happens time after time and again, with a constant stream of public scandals lasting for decades, perhaps it's time to take a look at your own behavior and taking a look at how you choose to present yourself to the world. And it's time to take a look at your constant apologies and boycotts and determine, should I really be the person naming these lipsticks? In my opinion, it looks like Kendo made that decision for Kat. And the future will tell if Kat will learn or if history will continue to repeat itself like it has countless times before for Kat Von D. So with that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video at the...
Good timing for us as well. Fuck. Ooh-wee. Oops. Alrighty, friends. I appreciate each and every single one of you. We will be... Oop. Didn't mean to do that. We will be back at the same time in the same place tomorrow in the good place. Or, not the good place, because TikTok is not the good place. We'll be back at TikTok around the same time. Alright, friends, until then, y'all have a great night. Whoa.